Good morning. Are there any Budget and Finance Committee members on the call?
Hi, Peggy. It's Kristen. Good morning.
Hi, Kristen. Good morning. There's an echo.
We have an early morning echo here.
Yeah. Is it because we're the only ones on the call? Good morning, Ramona. Are you on the call?
Yes, good morning. I am.
Okay, thank you. Just checking.
Hi, good morning. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm calling in.
Good morning, Shadeja. There's a lot of background noise.
Hello, Shema. This is Delegate Brown. I'm on the line too.
Morning, Shiaz. So we have two members on the line. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Delegate So. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Shiaz. This is Peggy. Yeah, we only have two members so far. Good morning.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll stay on mute and I'm on for my legislation. So again, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Whoever's on the line. Bye-bye. Go on mute.
Hello. Are we in conference now? This is Andrew Simpson from Sage Memorial Hospital.
Good morning. We're waiting for other Budget and Finance Committee members, so welcome to our teleconference. We usually start once we have a quorum, so we have two members thus far.
Yellow hair's on the line.
Okay, we have three so far. Good morning, Jimmy.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Good morning, buddy.
So if you don't mind, you could mute your phone because we're having an echo, and there may be some of you you may have two phones on, so somehow that causes our background noise and our echoes and stuff like that. So if you could mute your phones, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Hey.
Good morning, Peggy. This is Donovan with Office of the Speaker. I also have Tim on the other line. We are here to monitor the calls and we'll begin muting. If you do find yourself muted on the line, go ahead and unmute yourself by your phone. Or if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to email them to Peggy. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. We were having an echo here for a while. I don't know if it's still there. Doesn't sound like it. Thank you for resolving that.
Got a Delegate Daniel So.
Good morning, Shania. Daniel So. This is our Budget and Finance Committee teleconference. We're waiting for one more member. We have three on the call so far.
Jackie, good morning. Excuse me. Who's all there besides me? This is Jimmy over here.
We have Delegate Crotty and Delegate Brown. Jimmy.
Oh, too early, bird. Oh, already there. I just finished Sue Daniel So. Good morning. Okay, I'm going back on mute now. Okay. Got a Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty, Otto Cecilia, Nathaniel Brown, Otto Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, all the way from Black Mesa. Deja, Snakai, thank you for being so gracious to get us. We're missing coffee.
Sorry, I can't give you the coffee. You're on your own on that one, I guess, tonight. But committee members, I don't know if you want to go ahead and start with the preliminaries, just to start with the reports. We do have three members, so if you want to pick a pro tem, then we can proceed.
Good morning. I'd like to want Mr. Brown. This is Delegate Yellowhair. I can do that. Let's start a little meeting, and while we're waiting for the other chair and vice chair to come in. Peggy, thank you. We can do that.
So do you want to lead the discussion going forward then, Mr. Yellowhair?
Oh.
You want to have a roll call then? Jimmy, do you have a copy of the agenda?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my cell phone.
So do we have the Controller's Office and the Office of Management and Budget on the call, please?
Peggy, anybody coming in again besides us three? Peggy, nobody from the Office Controller to report on receiving report on the report, receiving report. Anybody from Controller?
I emailed them. I haven't received any written reports or anything like that yet, but sounds like the controller's here. OMB, I'm not sure if they're on the call yet.
This is Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, good morning.
We're here. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, they've been there.
Oh, yeah, they've been.
How's that?
Do you want me to start?
That's Peggy. Can we start on the reports now, Peggy, and check with the Honorable Crowdy and Honorable Brown to hear the report too, besides me, Jimmy Eller here. Thank you, Peggy.
Delegates Brown and Delegates Crotty, are you still on the call?
Yes, Shema, this is Delegate Brown. I am okay with starting on the report. Yeah.
Nisha, Shadeja, Amber.
Oh, yeah, this is Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakrati. I'm calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yellowhair said that he would go ahead and be the pro tem, if that's acceptable with both of you, and that we would proceed with reports. And then once we get a quorum, then we'll go back to calling the meeting to order and having the preliminary information.
Good. Thank you, Yellowhair.
Okay. Go ahead, Peggy. From the
yes, go ahead.
Report.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Question. Floor to you, the controller.
Okay. Okay, das
Oh, ja, die.
Oh, Abira, Ado, Yadze Bennett, Shazada, Pro Tem Chair, Ado, Shadeja Do Shanale, Committee's, Budget and Finance Committee. So I believe Mr. Woolley just sent out the
Vice Chair Smith calling in. Good morning.
Okay, Diaj, so Mr. Woolley sent out the expenditure report for CARES Act, and it's the ones that are budgeted. And so if you have that, we can just go down that list.
Excuse me, Controller. We have a quorum now with Vice Chair Smith calling in. Priscilla, do you want to go ahead and take us through the calling the meeting to order, the roll call and all of that? Because we haven't done that yet. We were just going to start reports. So would you like to do that?
Found that phone number injured. I think the meeting yeah, they've been also today. You have quorum region. Roll call fast, what?
Ramona, can you do the roll call, please?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Jamie Hinyo, a location, please. Jamie Hinyo, Raymond Smith Jr.
Raymond Smith Jr. President, Wyburn Chapter Snella.
Okay, thank you, Snella. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Here, I'm present. Hello?
Your location, please?
Here in Window Rock. I came in Window Rock. Michelle, what the heck?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kinas-Bakrati. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakrati is calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Oh, thank you, Shadeja. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present from Danahoto, Navajo Nation. Shanala, versus 2.
You're welcome, Chache. Vice Chair, we have 4 members present.
Thank you, Shanala, for the roll call. We have quorum now. Nasi Kato started the meeting at 18. Citizen Adi Chache, Honorable Yellowhair. Citizen Andre Hashmoda. Chache, Jimmy Yellowhair. Rajinya. Citizen Andre. I think we lost quorum. We don't have Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy, if you're on the line, press *6 to unmute.
I believe it's *6, right, to unmute?
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to park right there. Let me park right here.
Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, you can hear me right now. Yeah. Okay, let me start right now.
Good morning. This is Hinyo calling in.
Okay, let me start right now. Yeah, last car, this Budget and Finance Committee not the never not on any clinic pesa pa who unit pesa kidney into kuro akan control percentage and she could the never pesa about it into the large hall GKD could comprehensive budget 2021 by it equation the age he can't deal with none she I don't know you know that is nation but in never it into 이 진도 치기도 상인도 다시가 서도 veterans 도 나가 신도 다 스타일도 is coming fall are under the veterans and yet 진다 foreign country 다 에르다 전 capacity 다 스타 now 카데라 에데야베 yet 에도 시산 yet 에도 collaboration as I shared on this invitation 그러야 저기 인지노 that is 미스콜로 그래 연시도 니도 그도 아시다 아도나 하고세 야 신이네 그래 하잖아 스크린 하잖아 스크린 amen
She said that she so the Einza today I had the chair honey what was she about it she asked chair Henio yeah they've been chair Henio today you had
morning.
you can run the meeting
Morning,
yeah
thank you for opening the meeting. Budget and Finance Committee members. I understand we have a quorum right now, Vice Chair.
yes we do sir
An unexpected visitor this morning, so me and my family were busy with this taking care of business here at home, getting things done for us. So that's cool. So for taking over. With this, let's go forward to our meeting, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Do we have other delegates that are on the line? I believe Delegate Halona is on the line too also.
From Kennedy Shea, Eugene So is on the line too. Thank you.
Yeah, additional being on the line with us. We have
Good morning.
Good
morning. This is Delegate Otto So. I'm on the line. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Hello now.
Good morning. Delegate Paul Halona Viga. Good thing to hear you,
Delegate
everybody.
Daniel So is on the line too.
Good morning.
Delegate Charles Newton from Shiprock is on the line.
Delegate Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, good morning for being on the line. Anybody else?
Delegate Kellen.
Good morning, Che.
Good morning.
I believe, although we do have our staff that's on the line also, Peggy Nakai and Ramona Nelson, and then also we have our attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowell, who's almost ever present with us on the line, and also Department of Justice. Who do we have from the Department of Justice?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Mel. Do we have our controller and our staff on the line?
Good morning, Chair. This is Controller. We're on the line.
Okay, good morning. And then also, do we also have our controllers, not controller, OMB on the line? Mr. Dominic Bial.
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
Okay, good morning, Dominic, and your staff. We have Shonovan Dale from Navajo Nation Risk Management on the line.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the line.
Good morning, Shonovan. All right, good. We're ready to go. Moving forward. And who else is also on the line? Is Marty Ashley on the line also? Okay. With this, let's move
Chair,
forward.
This is Dana Bobrock, Chief Legislative Counsel. I will be in and off the line this morning.
Okay. Good morning, Dana. Good morning. Good to hear your voice this morning. And anybody else?
Good morning, Chair. This is Emmanuel Charlie from Insurance Services Department.
Oh, good morning, Emmanuel Harlan.
Oh,
how are you doing?
Morning. Good.
Good.
Good morning, Chair. This is Marcus Tooley with
Marcus Tooley. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Henyo. This is Sherilyn Yazzie from Office of the...
Hey, Sherilyn. Good morning, Sherilyn.
Morning, Chair. This
Anybody
is Gabriel Yazzie from Kanta Township.
Good morning, Gabriel.
Good morning, Chairman and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Karen Francis, Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Good morning. Welcome.
it looks like we have a pretty good sized audience for today's meeting. So let's move forward and review and adopt our agenda. We have an agenda before us. Peggy, if you would read the agenda into the record.
Okay, just a friendly reminder to mute your phones, please. We've got a lot of background noise. This is the proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, October 6, 2020, regular meeting, 10 a.m. via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henyo, chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., vice chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, and at various locations throughout the Navajo Nation where Budget and Finance Committee members are. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive report. A, update on CARES Act fund expenditures. Any projects not showing progress and expending funds by December 30th, 2020 to be reallocated to hardship assistance expenditure plan pursuant to CJY 6720, presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller, Dominic Vial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. B, plan to complete the FY21 budget process, presented by Dominic Vial, Director, Office of Management and Budget, and others. C, status of insurance premiums for Insurance Services Department, presented by Shauna Vendale, Director, Risk Management, and others. 6, old business. A, legislation number 0209-20. And then 7, new business. A, legislation number 0225-20. B, legislation number 0188-20. C, legislation number 0228-20. D is rescheduling October 20, 2020 regular meeting. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is October 20, 2020. Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you, Peggy, for that reading. Committee members, is there a motion on the floor to accept the agenda as read?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Crotty, second. Thank you.
Is there a second, committee members?
Delegate Crotty said that she would second, Chair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, is there a second?
Are you able to hear me, Chair? This is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. Chair, this is Delegate Crotty, and I will second the motion. Thank you.
There's a second by Delegate Amber Crotty. Committee members, any questions or comments on the agenda?
Chairman Henry, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
So go ahead, Shananda. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you. And just my first question, are there any reports that were emailed to the committee that we should pull up? And then my second question is regarding 6A. We did have a discussion about that those funds have been allocated by the council. If you could give me guidance, Chair, how we will, as a committee, address the legislation, or did you want to wait till after receiving the report from the controller? Thank you.
Okay. You were cutting out, Shema, on your phone, but I did hear pieces of it. I believe on this 6A 209-20 regarding the amount of funding that's left, and so it's up to the sponsor, Kiel and Begay, to keep moving forward or not, but it's on our agenda, and but we'll still wait from the controller to see what the report is like as far as available, because there were deadlines in past legislations that we passed in the summertime that needs to go back into the main pot, unused funds again. If that helps, Shema, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yeah, thank you. It does help, and so because this is on the agenda, if I could ask Legislative Council at the time, please help me understand which part of those legislations are eligible to be are considered hardship as we look at making recommendations. So I'm reviewing the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you for that. So I guess we'll wait when we get to old business 6A then on those questions. Any other questions or comments, committee members? Atenoya. We'll call for the question accepting the agenda. All those in favor? Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Shenandoah, Vice Chair Smith. Green. What did I hear? Green. Green. Somebody's getting a sponge bath. Can you please mute your phone? Vice Chair Smith. Green. Okay. Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you, Chair.
Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Yeah. Okay, Delegate Brown votes green. Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Hello, Yada. Can you hear me? I vote green.
Okay, green for Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We do have an agenda before us, committee members. And with this, let's move forward. Review and adopt the agenda. Journal, review and adopt the journal. There's none. Item 5A, updates on CARES Act fund expenditures. Any projects not showing in progress and expended by December 30th, 2020 to be reallocated to hardship assisted expenditure plan pursuant to CJY 67-20, presented by our controller, Ms. Perlene Kurt, and Mr. Dominic Bial, Director of Office of Management and Budget. So with this, I'll turn the floor over to our controller, Ms. Perlene Kurt. And there was a question posed earlier about emailed documents. Have you emailed any documents to Peggy or the committee members? Shema, Ms. Perlene Kurt.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. We did email our active external fund report for U.S. Treasury CARES Act. That's what it's titled. We did send it to Peggy and Ramona just, I would say, about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Chairman.
I just saw the report and it's been sent out to the committee, Mr. Chair.
You're breaking up really. You're breaking up, Shema, Ms. Kirk.
I'm in my conference room and I'm on a landline, so I'm not sure why that's happened.
Okay, but when was it emailed out?
Mr. Chair, I just sent it out to everyone. This is Peggy.
When was it, Peggy?
Like just within the last 5 minutes, I sent it out, Mr. Chair.
Okay, would you send it to the 24th Navajo Nation Council also, all our colleagues, because there are council delegates listening, and also I'm sure they would want to see that report also. So if you would send it out to 24th Navajo Nation Council, Peggy. I believe I heard Che Adoso speak up.
Yes, that's why I was in a good morning, the chairman. Thank you. That's why I was going to ask to see if we could get this report to the delegates that are on the line. But it's good that you're sending it out to the body of the Navajo Nation Council related to the CARES Act. Yeah.
Kashina, yeah, hopefully we get it real soon here. I haven't seen anything yet, but we'll wait for our controller to start her report. Ms. Perlin-Kurt, if you would begin.
Okay, Otto, yeah, and I apologize. We could have sent it a little bit earlier as well on our part. Otto, we're also trying to make our report the same every time we disseminate it, so we're working on that. But this report was run yesterday, so the budget balance is as of October 5th, 2020, close of the business day yesterday. Otto, if you're looking at the report, the first line is on the judicial branch, and that from 67-20, and they were allocated $9,633,863. So out of that, they expended $16,991. Auto, there's some change too. Open commitment column, they're pretty much encumbrances, meaning they've run contracts through, and when you run the contract through, so open commitments is 1,182,920. So what's the budget balance as of yesterday close of business would be 8,433,951. So they have a little bit of expending, but they have some contracts. They still have a ways to go. And I'm just going to go down the list. So the next one, so that's judicial branch. Auto, the next group of business units has to do with the controller's office. So the first line is out of the 47-20. That was 2,559,530. We've expended 2,559,499. So what's left over is $31. This is one of three that pretty much has been expended. And then the next line over is 46-20. That is from 21 million that's budgeted for the special duty pay. And so far with the latest payroll run, we've expended $500,503. And so what's left is $20,499,446. Just so you know, we are still receiving a lot of documents at payroll. In fact, stacks of them. So we have another payroll run that should be closing this week. And so my staff, usually they stay late processing those things. And so with this business unit, it has to be COVID-19 related. And we have to have that documentation. So we do want to set a deadline and start finishing processing these special duty pay. And then also we're looking at reimbursing the nation for the base pay for general funds that were used. So that's how we're working on that. The next line item is under 67-20, the payroll support program. It's $42,124,456. There's no expenditures, no open commitment. If you recall, this is one that we are essentially recouping general funds. We've already ran the numbers. Basically, we go back in time and look at all the business units where for general fund business units where we charge administrative leave during the shutdown. I will tell you, it does exceed the 42 that were allocated. So I want to say it exceeds it by a few million. And so it's more of an accounting exercise. We just have to journal entry what was already charged and change it out and charge CARES. So Friday we had all the journal entries ready, but we ran into a budget issue, a budget transfer, a budget revision for the object codes. I know this is all accounting language, but so we basically have to fix the budget so we can make those journal. So we're very close in essentially expending all of it. So the next line item is 24.6 million, and this also is from 67-20, and that is for the grant to NNGE, and that was done. We came up with a grant agreement between us and DOJ, and we kicked it over to NNGE. Their board approved it, and we sent the ACA last week.
Members on the agenda that you requested. I just wanted to check.
Okay, so that as of today has been paid. So that's the second one that's been pretty much expended. The next line item you will see is under the Office of the Controller. It's a budget for $465,000. This is kind of a quirky thing. This is not the original part of the original 714 million. It's actually the what that represents, an estimate of what we think we will earn on the interest on the 714 million. OMB made us put together the estimate and then the budget itself. So that amount amount, whether if it's earned, will need to be allocated at some point in time. So that's what that represents. Otto, the next group is the Division of Community Community Development. The first line for them is out of 47-20. It's the bathroom addition. It's 3.5 million. We don't have any expenditures, but all of it is in open commitment, meaning I believe that's a contract with NECA. And so there's no expenditures, just everything is tied up in an encumbrance, open commitment. So there's a budget balance of 0. So usually what will happen is as the contract is being expended, then everything will go through to the expenditure column. So that's how it works. The next line item is out of 67-3. Okay. The next line item is.
Hello, Peggy. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. We lost
Okay,
the controller for a bit.
Yeah, somewhere the phone jumped off.
We still have a lot of background noise. Could we have everyone mute their phone, please?
I got a message from Police Byron that everybody's unmuted. If you want to unmute yourself, you have to press *6 or something like that. But let's wait for the controller. See, hopefully they'll realize that the call jumped off and maybe they'll come back in.
Yes, I got in a class for the 27th. It's going to be here. It's like 9:30.
Somebody can mute your phone. We can easily hear your conversation in the background. Peggy, did you send a report out? I haven't received anything yet.
Chair, I sent it out as you requested to the 24, and then also to the committee individually. I sent that out a while ago. I'll send it out again.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the email there in WonderRock because when you're talking to you're cutting out. I don't know if you're on the landline or if you're on your cell phone, but just cutting out too there. But for Ramona, are you there?
No, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Ramona, are you there?
I'm here, Chairman. This is Ramona.
Okay, for attendance, I'm here in Rema, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Controller Perlene Kirk, are you back on the line with us?
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
Janon, can you hear me? This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Oh yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're waiting for the controller to come back on.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that this morning we got an email from CIT asking us to respond to the email. I don't know if I got it, but I think there's something going on with our email that they're trying to address. But when I responded, they said that they had to increase my inbox because I wasn't receiving any emails, but they sent it to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council asking them to respond to that email. So just FYI.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'm having the same problem. Sure.
This is Controller. Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, we can hear you now. I think you're back online here. Yeah, we lost a good part of your presentation.
I think I got lost. I got cut off at bathroom addition.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going in and out because there's like a. Okay. I can continue.
Actually, the last thing I heard, Chair, was I heard gaming. I didn't hear the discussion on bathroom addition.
Okay. So as everyone knows, gaming, 24.5 million has been paid out. Auto, the next line, if you're looking at the document, and maybe you may not have it, but we did in our document, our FMIS report, we do have a business unit for interest. It is an estimated interest amount of $465,000. We were told by OMB to set that up as well. And also for reporting purposes, we are earning interest on the $714 million. So far to date, it's around $260,000 is what we're earning. So after that is the Division of Community Development. The first line would be 47-20 is the bathroom addition of $3.5 million. There is no expenditures, but all of it is in open commitment. I believe that may be a contract to NECA. Otto, the next line item is under DCD is the solar projects under 67-20. That one is $35,192,000 budgeted. There is no expenditures hitting our no open commitment. So all of it is still available. And my notes tell me that the revisions were made to the subrecipient agreement. It's for NTUA, and we are reviewing those revisions made. I believe this is one that came in, I want to say this morning or yesterday. It was signed by OPVP yesterday, so I believe it's more of a budgeting from the subrecipients that we're inquiring about, so we're going to be talking to NTUA on that. So Otto, the next one is the power line, and this is with DCD. It's in the amount of $44,230,832. Again, there's no expenditures, no open commitments. All of it is still available for budgeting. And this one is the same thing as what I just it's down below. No, down below. Next one. I believe this is also NTUA as a subrecipient for the power line project. And again, revisions were made. We're reviewing it. And again, I believe the budgeting issue from the standpoint of the subrecipient. So we're getting with NTUA on that, and it came back into our office. I want to say this morning because it was signed by OPVP yesterday. So Otto, the same thing with the NTUA capacity. It's within the 44 million. The power line project's 13.8 and the capacity is 24.7. Together they make up 44.2 million. And so those just came back to our office, and again, it's more of a getting the budget information for those projects from NTUA. And so Otto, the next one is Division of Economic Development of under 67-20, that's 60 million. So far expended is 3,393,579. So available is 56,606,420. Again, this is as of close of business yesterday, so it does include all the small business and artisan activity through close of business yesterday. Otto, in the next one would be 47-20 for general services. This is the allocation to IT in the amount of $2 million. Out of the $2 million, $1,999,993 were expended. So what's available is $6 and some change. Auto under 46-20, again, general services. This one was for general services under facilities, that $10 million from that resolution. There's no expenditures, no open commitment, so there's still $10 million. So Otto, the next line item is DIT under within general services, DIT, that amount under 67-20 legislation, there's 53,224,989 that was budgeted. Expenditures, this is $17,147,243 is expended, and this is under NTUA. I want to say this is the broadband project. And so, 17 million out of the $32,848.207, that's been sent out. I know that because that's the first subrecipient that we completed together with the disbursement schedule. So a lot of these subrecipient agreements, we don't just pay them out up front. We actually, it's called cash management. So NTUA has already expended approximately 17 million. So we pretty much paid them back for what they essentially fronted. So that's that payment that went out, I want to say last week, late last week. So we do have open commitments there. Essentially what that means is DIT and those the subrecipient agreements to Native Broadcast and Net College, NTU, all of those has been encumbered. So again, I think the broadband projects are pretty much encumbered, and then we're just expending basically. So that's what I want to say on that one. If you go to the next line, okay, Department of Health. There's a few of them. 47-20, there was 10 million, and I believe this one is for the food and water for HCOC. There is some activity. 600 as of yesterday. 574,193 has been expended. There are open commitments of 9,046,300. So the amount available is $379,506. The next line item is the 47-20 again. That's 3 million for your 638 subrecipients. All of those, mostly all of those are open commitments of 2,250,000. I want to say those subrecipient agreements, we encumbered them, although we're waiting for disbursement schedule. So that's an outstanding issue that we have to address before we start expending. The next line item down is 46-20. It's 10 million. It's for PPEs. Again, there's no expenditures and no open commitment. And then the next line item under the 67-20, it's 75,836,016, and those are okay. So what we have so far, we did have a contract that came through that we were able to encumber. The contract is for 50 million. So what's available is the $25,836,016. The one particular contract is for a number of services, wraparound service and medical services and so forth. So that's Department of Health. The next group would be Division of Natural Resource. The first line item under 67-20 is the water project. That is $130,005,095. We've only have there's no expenditures, and then open commitments is $26,857. So for that, okay, where is it?
10.
Let's see. Division of Natural Resource, the next line item is for, I believe this one is Parks and Rec, and it's under 67-20, $828,637, and there's no expenditures, there's no open commitment. And in terms of the, okay, where's the water project? The water projects is broken up in a few line items. In one of them is the NTUA cistern system of about close to 21 million. There's a couple of others There's also another NTUA, it's the wastewater, that's about 18.6 million. So I know as to NTUA, we're working on subrecipient agreement. So for the 18.6 million on the wastewater, we did receive the subrecipient agreement here at OOC, and we provided comments back to them. And then where's the other one? 20 million. Okay. Oh, and the other one would be for the 20,946,528. We did review the subrecipient agreement. We sent revisions back to NTUA. So that's the status of those two. So some of them, for example, there's 87,485,860 under Department of Water Resources, and then also the White Horse Sand Springs Water, the Tuajale Albuquerque Water. We did have some communication early on, trying to provide guidance on what is eligible, not eligible, and so forth. So for example, on the Department of Water Resources, they had some, essentially, I think they call it strategic stockpiling. They really had to scale down some of that because you can't stockpile a bunch of construction materials if the project isn't going to be done by December 30th. So they're working through those issues, I believe. So that's concludes. So in summary format, 538,190,417 was total budget. Again, there's no budget for hardship assistance because there's $1,000 in that. This also does include $465,000 that we think we will make on the money market for the CARES dollars. So with those tweaks, out of that, $50,792,053 has been expended. $98,683,821 has been in open commitment. And so the budget balance as of yesterday is $714,542. So that's the summary of what we have as far as all those business units that were set up, the budgets put in place out of the three legislations, 47-20, 46-20, 67-20. That's my report.
Okay, Caroline, thank you for that report. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion. This is Delegate Begay.
Shunda, Delegate Elmer Begay, motion.
Hello.
Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Are there any questions for our controller?
Sure. I have a question.
Shunda, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay. I don't know. I finally got all the report from controller to Tuesday. So, but I'm finally getting all of it. Cause I have a bad connection here. But my question is, I know that bathroom addition and then NTA. You see, they're giving money for that was the priority was water, and then also the electric power line extensions, and then also the broadband. You see, that's what giving the money to right now. As far as we know that they're doing, they're already out there. I call that, for example, NECA, they're doing their bathroom addition start the year. And they'll be like that down. They're already saying that we can only do about 70 bathroom addition for the days we got. So right now they're saying that they're looking for some contractors, local contractors. They can do that. No, the reason why is that the mobilization, it takes time to do. You have to know the area. So, but right now they're doing they're still their work already without getting paid. So I don't know what's really the hold up. So they can't wait for anybody. They can't wait for the Navajo Nation. We're not even making money right now. But the veteran, this is costing them $25,000 per home. The way they're doing it right now. But they're looking for contractors. So I got some contractors online, but that means that they're not going to be getting paid to do this. And they have to do their own. They have to have their money, their own funding to start off with it. They're going through that. They haven't even get any CARES funds. Then on here reserve at they banded on the NTAs like that too. Because I need them. I just heard that OPVP signed it, the contract now. Don't need. So how long is it going to take again? How the government are we serving? What kind of government do we have to expend this money? They're not even these three companies. They're not even get paid yet. And they have their own fundings. That's what they're doing.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, go ahead.
Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members. One of my questions was for the regarding the special duty pay. Is it available for the certified chapters? And then again, is the deadline on this for October 30th also? And my other question is the $10 million with general services. Could some of these funds used to be clean chapter houses? I know that some of our chapter houses have been exposed, and maybe I don't know if we would need regular cleaning also. And my third question is for companies, Navajo-owned companies that are off the Navajo Nation. I'm working specifically with United Natives, a Navajo-owned 501c3 that has been giving aid to our Navajo chapters, our Navajo people. But they're based out of Phoenix or off the nation. Madam Controller, would they be eligible to apply for some of these funds? And what they're currently doing is they have kind of like a stage one staging area, homes for our Navajo people and other natives who were exposed to COVID, who tested positive for COVID, yet they were housed in this facility because of the strict diet that they had and some of the meditation breathing techniques that they were doing. They that there was no death amongst them. So with the strict diet and so some of the lung exercises that they were doing, all 100% of the people that were housed there recovered from COVID. So looking into the future, I'm really interested in maybe the how do we prepare? It seems like Navajo, we tend to be very reactive. Until something happens, we react and we run around trying to bring these little Band-Aids to help our people. But I'm really interested in moving forward and helping our people. How do we ensure we can secure places? I know that there's possible like little suites where a family as a whole can stay if they need to, have been exposed to COVID. I was listening to the state task force meeting yesterday, and the beds are open again, but how do we prevent and help our people looking forward? Those are some of my questions. And I'll have some other ones. Yeah.
Is that the extent of your questions, Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Yes, that concludes my questions right now. Yeah.
Okay, Shina, back to our controller. If you have questions from two delegates, if you would respond.
Although, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Ado ikiha ndaidos kidiki Shiaz Delegate Begay audit behind some of these entities, especially our tribal entities. They are essentially fronting the money to do this, which I want to say that, to the extent that they are able to do that, they are doing that. I do know that in talking with NTUA. I'm going to go back to basics. The basics is that these are federal funds, so we have to essentially dot the I's and cross T's with the federal regulations and so forth. So, for example, on the NECA, I know they have their own monies, their reserves that they could deploy and do these projects with. And the one bathroom addition, it's the $3.5 million from 47-20. We do have that. We would treat that as a procurement, and so we have to have the professional service contract. We have to follow the procurement. In this case, it's the emergency procurement, which we've done. So now it's more of paying for their services. So our office has to work with the various divisions and departments to get that done. So we only can work as fast as our department and divisions, and also in getting, for example, with NECA, so in getting all of the pertinent agreements done. In this case, it would be a professional services contract. And then that has to go through the process. So it has to go through to get the president's signature. Our office has to ensure that the NECA has all the proper insurance and all sorts of stuff. So that has to happen. And once that happens, it comes back to OOC. We encumber it. In this case, that contract is encumbered, and then we wait for the division department to come back and give us the receiving report, the invoices, and so forth. So that's on the procurement side. If we procure for services, there's this other concept. You probably heard the word subrecipient. That's where someone like NTUA steps into the shoes of the nation. Again, I'm going to explain that the nation is the prime recipient of the CARES funds. So when we subgrant the money to someone like NTUA, the nation has to enter into a subrecipient agreement. And we did develop, OOC and DOJ did develop a template. And so we're working with, in combination of us, DOJ, your divisions and departments, and then your subrecipients such as NTUA, could be the Net College, NTU. So we do all of that. And the other thing that happens is because they're a subrecipient under federal rules, the nation has to monitor. We have to do a risk assessment. We also do a disbursement schedule, and that's called cash management. So some of these entities, they want the monies up front, and we can't accommodate that under federal rules. So we do pay them on the first payment. As I mentioned on the broadband, NTUA has already deployed their own funds, and they've already done work. So the first payment went out, that $17 million, and that $17 million represents what they've already spent. So once everything gets done, we can make those payments. We've made our recommendations to divisions and departments saying that if you're pretty much done with your agreement, whether it's for procurement or subgranting, if it's a professional services contract or a subrecipient agreement, if your subrecipient has already expended dollars, then have those receiving reports and your invoices ready. So that happened in the case of NTUA broadband. So it does work. It's just as good as people pushing these things. So, for example, in the 638 $3 million. I know our office has been asking for disbursement schedule for some time, and so it might be a combination of your subrecipients. If they're familiar with grant funds, administrating grant funds, then they know what to do. So again, I mentioned earlier that DIT, most of their sub-grants are pretty much encumbered, meaning they went through the paper process, the agreements and stuff. And the reason being is your NTU, your Diné College, they're familiar with how to do this. So they help DIT along and so forth. So sometimes it does work out, and then sometimes it doesn't. People are slow. So that's what we deal with. And so sometimes it just takes time for them to work through these documents. Although the subrecipient that I keep referring to, it's a template, but it still goes through the 164, the executive official review process to get the president's signature. So that's how it works. And just so you know, all of these documents that we have in place is things that we need. So when Treasury comes through for an audit, then we have to show them. And all of this also right now, the nation's reporting to Treasury has started on the 1st, and it will close on October 13th. So all of this activity that we're doing gets reported back up to Treasury, and they're very detailed. I did send out an email to leadership to kind of get an idea how detailed that reporting is that the nation will be required to do. They are asking for any payment, whether it's to a subrecipient, whether it's to our vendors, or when our subrecipients send a payment of over $50,000, they want to know who it's going to, what their DUNS number, what it's for, where, in which congressional district the work is going to be done. That's how detailed that they want these reports. So I just want to make sure you're aware of those things. So yes, there are some entities that are essentially, they've started work and they are working from their own reserves on the account that the subrecipients and professional contracts will get through. But the process is the process, the rules are the rules, the federal rules especially, and so forth. Otto, Shanelle, Delegate Brown, on your special duty pay for the certified chapters, whether that can be used. I just want to make sure regarding the scope of the special duty pay that we talk about. We call it special duty pay because it's a little broader than your, what generally is known as hazard pay. So when that was put together back in May, I want to say May, the nation had shut down since March. So from the scope, I would say the scope of that program covers the executive branch and the legislative branch. It's whoever's following the personal policies manual. So in terms of your certified chapters, if you think about it, the special duty pay program covers who we run payroll for from our office here at Payroll with Controller's Office. So in terms of the certified chapters, they run their own payroll essentially. So our program does not cover them. If at some point in time the chapters get some CARES money, let's say hypothetically the nation subgrants some of the CARES dollars chapters, certified chapters, then the certified chapters can set up their own what we call payroll support program under the federal guidance and FAQ, and then put together a payroll support program, and part of that would be your hazard pay. So that's how it works. The nation put together its own. It started off with a DPM, and this is pre-CARES. We said, let's go have some form of hazard pay. And way back when, there's a policy put together by DPM following the Personnel Policies Manual. From there, OOC has put together a payroll support program, and so that's the scope of the program that is known, that includes the special duty pay. And so a certified chapter would be totally separate and independent, and they would have to put their own program together. So that's how that works. In terms of the next question, which I think is the United Native 501c3 program, generally speaking, if the nation we can subgrant the CARES dollars. If we do, we generally can subgrant it to nonprofits such as a 501c3 and other governmental entities such as, let's say, chapters. Or we're subgranting to NTUA, another nonprofit. In general, the nation as a prime recipient can subgrant in that manner. So the only thing is okay. I'm not sure if I'm echoing or somebody needs to go on mute, but so the nation as a prime recipient can subgrant the CARES dollars to generally another nonprofit or a governmental entity. If it does subgrant to let's say a 501c3, then as long as that 501c3 will step into the shoes of the nation as if they're the nation, and then they have to follow the same rules. And the rules are, under CARES Act, you have those 3 requirements, and then also the Treasury guidance and your FAQs and so forth. So that's, generally how that would work. So, those are my responses.
Chair, this is Dr. McGay. I have another question.
Committee members, any other questions?
Chair, this is Dr. McGay. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Let's see if other committee members have any questions. Looks like there's not an option. Target obligation now. Go ahead.
Nana, for your response. It's good understanding. But I have, I'm not sure if we have a broadband, which and wireless communication. We have some people that are on the line, which is Michelle Holiday and Suze from a broadband system that they're doing a study here in the Dalcon area and all the 5 chapters, which includes Tisto, Dalcon, Indian Wells, Greasewood, and Whitecomb. They're doing a study for wireless. So right now we got a grant of $50,000, and right now they're already doing that. They already went out and do the assessment. They know where they can put up towers. So we wanted to know that who can we work with in Dalcon area? Is it going to be NTA Wireless? That if they're not spending that much money, if they still cannot meet some of these spending the money, is there a way that we could be subrecipients to NTA Wireless? And if it's so, how do we go about it? Because they're already on the line. They have their own engineers that are already out here. They did all the studies. So we're going to have the whole complete assessment of where we're going to put up these towers. We just need the right-of-ways to be paid for it. So is there a way that we can, who can we talk to, or how do we go about it, Shema?
Shukran for that question, Shanada. Any other questions, committee members?
If there's none, then Delegate Brown has follow-up.
Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Brown, and then I'll go to Delegate Crowdy after that.
Thank you, Shanella, Madam Controller Kirk, for all your hard work for you and your staff. And I think another thing is, I read your press, and if you can kind of also circle back around to how some of the fundings that were line item vetoed. I know a number of delegates, a few delegates have asked this, how this will impact your office in spending the CARES Act funding. So we have October, we have the whole month of November, and then December. So that's around the corner. And we've only spent, $30 million? And we have hundreds of millions of dollars yet spent, while we still have a lot of our people who are still in need of hardship. Or this morning I ran into an individual talking about wanting water and electricity for her house so they can keep themselves clean. However, I understand that we need, I think you compared to the city of Albuquerque. Did you say, I'm trying to remember correctly, if they had 300 or 500 employee staff to do the work that the Navajo Nation is doing or trying to do right now? So what will that look like? How much money do you need, and do you need to hire an outside company, a firm, to help us spend these funding so we are not reverting any of the funding back? The other thing is with the with the cash management, how is that going to look? Are there other areas where we can really concentrate on so we are not messing anything up, or you're not duplicating services? How can we help, and how can we expedite on spending some of these funds? And my final, I'm going back to the certified chapters. I don't agree that certified chapters cannot get any funding directly, because the controller's office and OMB is not cutting checks for them directly. They are still very much in Title 26, I believe, and we still need as much chapters as we're all aware. 24 delegates. We know that our chapters have been working diligently. They've worked through the pandemic, and I've mentioned this a few times to council and to the president and vice president, that in Guanajuato we did lose a person literally in the line of duty, giving service, giving aid during the pandemic, and she was exposed and contracted, and that made the national news. So that's nothing that and we all know. So people who have given literally their lives, and this is from a certified chapter. So if we can work something out, is there legislation that I should introduce to make sure that, because I know for a fact that my chapter officials to this day, and not officials, but chapter, including ASC, chapter manager, my LDA, they have been the boots on the ground when a lot of other non-essential employees were housed safely, getting paid, and they were getting some of these assistance that we were giving them as well. So I have my staff for a fact that we're the boots on the ground who've exposed themselves. So that does not sit with me well. If you can give me some sort of direction and who I need to meet with to make sure that we're giving these, because they are essential staff at the chapter level. Right now, I'm looking outside and I have the Guanajuato Senior Center delivering food to my aunties and the elders around me. So they're still out here, exposing themselves, giving service to our Navajo people in this critical time. So I need to go back and really have a discussion. I don't know if we need to bring in Director Dr. Yellowman and Salanza to talk about how we can give aid to all the 110 chapters. I know Delegate Freeland was working on that. So that's gonna become really big on my radar. Since he did mention that I don't know if it would be a longer process, if they would have to go almost apply like for a sub-recipient grant-like initiative. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Now for those questions, comments. Delegate Amber Crotty. Then after that, I'll go back to our controller.
Yes.
Chair, give me a floor too. This is Delegate Yellow here. After Crowdy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair, committee members, for the report, Madam Controller. I want to say, and I think it's important for the committee and the delegates to understand on the line, you're simply reporting on where we're at, and I think a lot of the discussions or questions on how to use CARES, for delegates, you create an expenditure plan and then you request the funding, similar to the legislation we're going to be hearing next, 209. I think in terms of what I'm concerned about is on the report, if entities, so on the reports, I don't see how NQA, if it's a subrecipient or using their own dollars, can you give us an updated amount on what they have drawn down? I think I heard you say 17 million. If you could help me understand if that was for the project, what NECA, for the cistern and the solar system, if it was for the broadband or any of the other, or if it was for the electric lines. I think that will be helpful for me as we track to make sure that these projects are moving forward. I think the other area is in terms of capacity, and we did get training and some insight on what the hardship application would look like last week. I need to know in terms of processing this, how much funds. So you have a $20 million approval with Freeland's legislation 097. I don't remember the resolution number offhand. Is there any indication from the president's office that he will approve that amount? I know he has until Saturday, but because we're getting to the deadline and we're in a critical stage, he also can say yes right now. And so I think that's something that I would want to know on how these discussions are happening. So the Office of the Speaker, we've been hosting weekly calls as a sponsor on all of these projects. And if I could also, if you do know, is there a group on the executive side that is setting up that can assist to get these projects moving, or in your experience, has it just been the division directors? Thank you. Oh, last question. I want to just raise some caution. I know you want to close up the special hazard pay timeline, but I know like for Daltech, they are struggling and having a hard time. I know they're doing paperwork. I don't know if it's an administrative issue. And I'm also hearing from other programs that they have not been paid their special duty. And so I don't want to raise concern with employees who feel like they'll be left out if it's an administrative issue in terms of how to document and what information to provide. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Amber Cuddy, thank you for bringing this, getting us back in tune here. Again, committee members, this is a report. That's not, so we need to be in tune with that, listening to the report of what's been expended so far and what's still out there. And so but I do agree that if we do want certain projects to be funded, then we need to put together an expenditure plan, working with the entities that we work with. So just say I'll go back to our controller for her response, and then from after that, I'll go to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So go ahead, Controller, Mr.
Chair, the committee members been Kidiki, Shiyaj Kodo Yahatsi on the broadband. There's a study, and I think there's a group out there, and I'm assuming they're listening. We really don't know the details on some of these projects. I know the particular one that we just saw through and got the $17 million payment out was with NTUA wireless program, and I know that they have their project information and their scheduling. The other ones under the broadband project are with NTU. They have their own, and then I believe those are the two within 67-20. So, we don't have a process. Again, Shadeja mentioned getting an expenditure plan together and so forth. I will say that we're inside of 90 days. I don't have a countdown clock. I should. Just a reminder that in terms of 67-20, I mean, that thing got approved August 16th, and that's coming up 2 months. And we're slowly moving. And I say I say us collectively. In July 4th, the 67-20, 46-20, I mean, it kind of gets to me as well, because knowing that the dollars are in our account, we don't have those. Okay.
Chair, I just want to say that if our staff can make sure who's ever creating this nuisance, it only tends to happen with the cases responding. So if the staff can mute the line, thank you.
Okay. So it is audio on Naishna, being that we have these dollars, they've been allocated, and for example, on the facilities, getting 10 million. It's been there since July 4th. The nation opened back up on August 17th, and I know my staff has put up shower curtains because they're afraid. In our P card section, they sit really close together, but yet, we're still sitting here waiting for plexiglass and so forth. So I know we were told to put down those shower curtains, but we're waiting for the plexiglass, and our employees should be important, especially the ones that are here. We're essential, and we pay the bills. So personally, I wish we could, we can only do what we can from my office. Although, we depend on the programs departments and everyone to do their part as well. So it kind of takes two to tango, and that's the same thing from our perspective. So we try our best, which leads me to Shanala's questions on my press release and the impact to OOC. We've been open throughout the shutdown. We've been processing payroll. Accounts payable has been paying out the bills. I've shut down my office 4 times. Myself, I got tested 4 times. And so we've been here throughout the everything. So at this point in time, in terms of my office, we're not just responsible for making the payment. We are responsible for ensuring compliance with these federal dollars. So because if you've read my press release, I think we need to get some of these phones muted. So if you've read my press release, we are administering what we normally administer during the year on an annual basis. We're administering it come up less than 90 days. That's how much we have left. So that's a lot of money to push through our process, and for not just OOC, but divisions, departments, everybody's got to come together to make this happen. So at this point in time, we're coming up the clock. That's assuming, whether there's an extension to these dollars. And I can talk about that in a little bit, but going back to our OOC budget, we did hire outside consultants. I did hire outside consultants way back when the first resolution came out, the first legislation was being considered and approved, thinking down the line that we're responsible for all of this. We're responsible for not only getting it through the nation's process, but we're responsible for, at some point in time, we're going to get audit. We may get audit once, twice, maybe 3 times over these funds. So, and it's a lot to process through our system. And so that was the other thing. I think all eyes are on us nationally. We did get the most allocated to us in terms of other tribes and tribal nations. And it does have a long-range implication. The feds will look at us and say, if those guys didn't spend it, why should we give them more money? And then also the other thing is, if we have audit issues, we're asked to pay some things back, then those are problematic in terms of going forward for any type of federal funding that we're asking for. So those are in the background. We should always be thinking about those things. We have our work cut out. For example, depending on what happens, we have the legislations that got approved, the allocations that were done were slow to move. It's a lot of work, but our office, we try to make everything a priority that's CARES related, but we can only do so much to pull everyone, along. In some ways, sometimes our outside entities, if they're good at doing these things, then that's helpful. So we did hire outside consultants because right now, it's hard to hire. I mean, look at our budget issue. And so we're basically outsourcing a lot of work. And so I'm concerned if I don't get the budget that I'm asking for, I'm not sure how I pay my Navajo CPA that I have working with us. And he's been working with us for a number of years. He came from KPMG, and once we got done with the audit reports that we had to do, he's helping us with CARES Act. And so not only are we talking about my Navajo CPA that I'm outsourcing for CARES, but my other consultants that I've hired through a bidding process, they have a lot of resources, including development of a portal, third-party payments, all of those things. And so that's what's required to get something done. Now, all the more reason in the next 90 days is, in my mind, it's the shorter that window is, the more, we have to throw resources to make it happen. And that has a price tag. So I have no indication from the president. The only thing I would like to say is, unless you help us here at OOC, because we're the ones that has to process it, and we are the ones that have to ensure compliance, and we are the ones that have to make it audit ready. So that's how I feel in terms of getting some support and some resources. I feel like it should be a no-brainer, and it should have been done way back from the beginning. So if I know the daily times when the line item veto happened initially, when it says the CARES compliance has been line item vetoed. What does that signal to, where we're getting the money and treasury? So, di beso ng dahigi waso basa hodlong audit with the federal government because of essentially it's taxpayer funds. So, with that said, I hope that speaking of the federal government, everything's changing on a daily basis at that level. One day it doesn't look like there won't be an extension. The next day, so if there is an extension, then I feel like that kind of gives a little bit of breathing room for us, because then I know there's questions about chapters. I understand at the chapter level, there are essentially some frontline work and boots on the ground type of activities. And so, if there is an extension, I feel like we can provide that support to carry out some of those resources at that level. Regarding duplicating services and so forth to audit, if they're doing something that is similar or if not the same as centralized Navajo government is doing, then there's rules around that as well. And we should know here pretty soon if there's going to be an extension or not. If there's not an extension, then what my recommendations are is we have to be narrowly focused to expend these dollars with the time we have left, which means we have to simplify these processes. Let's say, for example, if we go to do hardship assistance, we have to define the parameters as narrowly as possible, and we have to simplify that process. We have to automate that process if that's the way we're going to get help to the people, and so forth. So the more we add on to different things, the more, the implementation and the execution, if we're unable to do it, then that, the risk is high that we don't expend the dollars, or let's say we have a compliance issues that we have to take care of and we may not be able to address, and so forth. So I feel like depending on if we have an extension or not, that kind of gives us a path that we need to go forward as. So I just want to say that to Delegate Brown. Although Delegate Crotty, let's see, in terms of the 17 million that I spoke of earlier, it's 17 million out of the 32.8 that was for the broadband in T-Wave wireless. We did make that payment late last week, and if I recall, that 17 million represented the work that was between March 1st and September 15th. So that's if that gives an indication on how, like in T-Wave, for example, they've expended their own dollars, and then once we get the subrecipient agreement together, then they invoice us what they've already spent, and part of that is the cash management requirements that we have. So, so Otto, in terms of the hardship application and seeing that through, again, I mentioned being narrowly focused and being more simple, but yet meeting compliance requirements, automating something in terms of the hardship, I think will help us go a long ways in implementing and rolling out something if that's the path we go. Again, it will take a lot of work. I always say that. And it's not just OOC. I feel like we as a nation have to come together, whether it's DCD and the chapters trying to get the community outreach out to do something like that. Again, as mentioned earlier, I don't have any indication on what the president will do regarding the 20 million for OOC. In terms of the process, it's almost like I have to say, because of the time left, I think we all have to collectively come together to make things happen in terms of our processes. A lot of communication, a lot of calls, the weekly calls from the Speaker's office regarding 67-20 were very helpful. I feel like when the day before we run around and try to get as much done, if that's what it takes, then I think that those things can happen. Special duty pay, you specifically mentioned Daltech, and then also I did mention a deadline. The deadline that we are anticipating this month is a deadline to get all the documents in. So there's a few things going on. When someone says they haven't been paid, it's not necessarily OOC. It's the process that happens before the payment happens. So sometimes the documents haven't come to our office. I know for Daltech, I can't remember when I got asked, and the box literally came in that day, the box of documents. I think it was an email. So Otto, once these things come in, then we have to make sure that they're correct. And so there are a lot of hiccups. We don't try to just send those back and then it becomes a paper shuffle. We usually invite those timekeepers and financial folks from the program to come in, and then our payroll staff walk them through and make sure they're correct. We've had to do that because it seems pretty straightforward, at least as to us that we work with on a daily basis, but sometimes it's not. So we have to do that, even though, it's not a great idea, but it's working out so far regarding the face-to-face and our timekeepers coming in and working with them as well. So what's going on? There's a few issues on those. When someone submits their request, the requirements are that you have to be essential. So sometimes programs don't have their memorandum completed. That's a big step because some of them will ask and they don't know that they have to declare, they have to be essential. That's number one. Number two, way back when the government shut down, people just sometimes they lump everybody into admin leave. And so the special duty pay is based on actual hours worked. So if you have your person actually working, then that has to be documented. So there's some instance where people have to go back in time and revise their timesheet. So that takes time, and people have to go back and figure it out. So that is another issue, another hiccup. And then the other thing is budget. There has to be funds available. So now that gets a little hairy, so to speak, because now we have to come down to what has that person been doing. So if they have been non-COVID-19 related, let's say they're doing their own work, their own job duties, then they have to use their own business unit. If you want to use CARES money, then you have to document, and the verbiage is substantially dedicated to responding and mitigating COVID-19. That's the justification and the documentation that we need. So sometimes we get those that are doing their regular job duties and then they want to use CARES money. So we have to tell them, you have to prove that you are substantially dedicated to responding and mitigating COVID-19. So sometimes there's misunderstanding, so that's where we may run into problems. If you're not, that phrase I just said, then you have to use another business unit. So that's pretty much how it works. And so the reason why we wanted to put a deadline is to say, okay, you guys, the government opened back up since August 17th, because the special duty pay is just during the shutdown. So you should have plenty of time to go through this, what I just described, bring in your documents. That way we can counsel you, make sure all the documents are correct once it's submitted. So we're just putting in a deadline that everybody who wants, wants the special duty pay, submit your documents. And between mid-October to December, everything's in pay period as well, bi-weekly. So we want to make sure, I believe it's mid-December is the last payroll for the calendar year. And so that's what we're shooting for. And also, if there's no extension, that is the cutoff, essentially. So give us plenty of time to work through all the documents and get them all paid. So that's the reason why we want to, because we don't want to come December 25th, or that's Christmas, December 27th, we don't want someone submitting their documents expecting to be paid, and yet the next payroll run goes to the next calendar year, so those are problem areas. So everything's about timing, and so that's the reason why we want to give a deadline. So I just want to explain that process. And so I believe those are my responses.
Kashina, with that, I'll get Jimmy on here. On your question.
Yeah, didn't start out with how you have problems with the phone. Just off nothing. Can you hear me? I have to check.
Chair, I need to ask another question too. Sorry.
Hello, shouldn't ask, Chair?
Yes, Jimmy,
no.
I can hear you. I
okay,
can hear
good.
You.
Thank you very much. I have a problem with phone, and I can't put on the controller. Your job is that's your job. That is your functions of the county, the Navajo Nation budget overall. It's nothing like the and it's not like it. Just a team, I Sunday that or talk on one of us in the Torch change. Out of the 24 councilmen, of course, we call the baseball need. This is going to be our second year to a comprehensive budget we are discussing right now. This budget is very important to the Navajo Nation. Of course, comments on the Navajo Times and anyway, controller Peso oh UAN hit the island, none of the care money. Aba Hosuniya Shinat on Chitiwe Washington with Peso. It is there's a regulation, always apply guidelines, always apply. And then what have this audit always be done. We already knew that. We have experience with this already. Even in Quaggy should be on Quaggy that was Naki controller said that she has understaffed. It's not so. It's not your understaffed much as they don't understand. You have a lot of position was available. Okay, you 17, 16 position that was available for hired us. The other one position was in care on for years, 4 years. That's been saving. Controller now. That's what you call controller. You have a lot of vacancies. Out on there with the previous audit, now they say they hire more with a higher educated or not. Controller question systems. Aja is the basically at the hard it are not JPMG. I read that statement all the time. There always are concerns on that one. Which is happening now. But what's the controller program? A county manager, they had higher degree right now. To me, they need to put the test. It's important. We are pinning too much on consultants. They're taking our money off the controller. These should be other than trouble. And that's the program manager. They should have that to take care of their own the county instead of pinning on consultant. They're taking a lot of money. Because they don't. In that check, what they don't. In fact, what the county, Navajo Nation County. I don't need by a question after has state council. Why too much consultant have been used? A crack should about her see so should be person. Other we all know, not only any our Navajo Nation accounting principles. We have law that was set already. We understand the procurement. They are based on NASA data 164 process. We know that already because of I made my predictions to myself that this additional background addition because of a short-term durations of care Act fund that will be expired December 30. And she don't question here county system. How long been in even in is that over this case. All that need over a major issue I have to myself on the Neban case. And she could program could all it be that in the Abza capacity at the nation the Queen County a best of the job Hanyan Vanina so that also has not that of course that is small track I can't to the youth and they have different life philosophy and our Navajo Nation as it all. They don't have the kind of luck we had. And here we're a big government, government. When everybody here, a question is I did a consultant based on you that you jackie. Aba honey then election Annie could pushing by her see during the budget meeting. All your based upon that you no own test cases she lati. Everyone thought this need another nation government. County Department of Program Director and County Man, they need to get to work and you put them to test. That's what they're getting for the higher pay rate. I want to talk about I'm talking about Navajo Nation government, our integrity. I believe it because I've been there in the controller's office too. Thank you, Chair. I need I'll go back on mute now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Here, last night, Delegate Jimmy Yella here. Any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Begay.
All right, Senator Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay, thank you for that again. Aros Shamato, Controller. I have a question regarding like I said, that we have some broadbands that are here with us, which already did the feasibility studies based on it. Yeah. So they already have engineer. Now they're doing the designing. So that's where I think you said that we had to go contact for this site. Yeah, you said you contact NTA Wireless, but we don't know who to talk to over there. But we'll probably find out. And then also we have all the designs that are put together by Aquila. Aquila is the name of their broadband accessory for us. So my next question is that NTA they got the CARES funding right now. How can they fund the whole assistance to people that are in need of electricity? Because of that, they're not working, and they hardly have like monthly income, fixed income. So right now they're being told that the service pole go out on the meter loop, and then the meter you have to purchase it yourself according to we can provide you this electric. So I thought that the whole CARES funding that they get was supposed to be from the line where it's coming off the line, and then to extend it to their home, and then including the service pole, the meter loop, and so you have to pay so much before we could start working half of it in the solar. Then we can put you on payment plan. It seems like China never caught the was just up on that case. And so how do we, as a nation or as a council delegate and legislative branch, as a government, how do we approach this kind of a company or enterprise? How do we go about it? This case, I thought this CARES funding, the net no shani on the bank he caught that in that. So that will be my second question. How do we approach that? Give me the guidance. Thank you.
Any other comments, committee members, questions? We do have two other reports that we need to get to also too. Back to the Controller, Ms. Kurt, and then after that we'll call for the question.
Chairman Henyo, before I would just need to. Then what is process?
Go ahead,
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would. My question would be, what then is the perceived process if we have Ms. Barbroff or Ms. Lowell on the line? If these projects are not moving forward, how do we anticipate that hardship amendment language? Is that what action needs to be taken by the committee? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Jen. With that, go back to Ms. Controller Kurt.
Okay. Chair and then members of the committee. United Kid. So understaffed or the use of my consultant and so forth. So I will say our budget so that's it. A year ago for the fiscal year 2020 budget, I had no money, not even to hire those vacancies. So this year, I had to find some monies for one position. So I don't know what the expectation is in telling me to hire people, or I'm not hiring people if I don't have the money. Based on the hire in late or test case. A year ago,
Hold on, Mr. Can somebody mute your phone, please? A lot of distraction.
Byron, can you mute everybody? Sounds like somebody's walking around outside.
Sure.
Try again, Ms. Kirk. Go ahead.
Oh, so even this year, even the contemplated budget, I barely afforded my personnel. So these comments that are made, vacancies ba sahol no on son ban test case based on based on so I just wanted to make those comments. Auto you specifically talked about the degreed accountant that was a particular finding prior to my becoming a controller. So under my leadership, that particular audit finding has been dropped on the financial audit because I did hire some degreed accountants and so forth. So auto the use of consultants. I know you have worked with judicial branch. I know you're probably familiar with accountants and financial people. And around here, financial accountants, first of all, there's not too many of them, so we have to work in those confines. To attract them, there's not too many of them. So we don't have the money, number one, the wage scale, salary scale, to attract those particular people that have those credentials. So the only ones that come back are the ones that really want to work for their people. So I have current staff that I pretty much have to retain them to say, here's the experience we can go through together. I just talked to one and I said, are you going to be around to deal with CARES money? But there's no. So I sell some experience with them. And so only certain ones will come back and be here and get less than what they would make anywhere else. So I just want everyone to be aware of those types of employees that we have who are dedicated and I'm able to retain. So auto consultant, it's not just OOC that uses consultants. There are a number of other places all over that use consultants. To the extent that I can't hire or I can't retain degreed accountants, I have to go outside. Currently, we do have a Navajo CPA I've retained since I've been here. I'm grateful for that person. He's Navajo, he's a CPA, he does a heck of a job. He's made my audit process really, better. He's, taught my in-house accountant a lot of things.
Controller, Ms. Kirk, I think you already went over. You went over that so many times. You're just repeating yourself. If you would just answer the question so we can move on.
So if I keep getting the same questions, I'll have the same answers. So I'm not sure what the questions were, other than to say I'm not hiring, that I'm using too much consultant. I think all these matters, Chair, are all managerial, administrative matters. And I've already said it before. I know that there's probably a potential conflict issue as to my administration. So I appreciate everything being in policy matters. So I'm not sure what the questions were.
You have one from Delegate Elmer P. Begay and also one from Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, I can go to those questions. Shiyaj, Delegate Begay, I'm not sure. I think you're asking who to contact. As far as I know, it's either NTUA or DIT. All we do is we look at those agreements and make sure they're in compliance required by CARES and the federal government. regarding uniform guidance requirements and so forth as they come across our desk so that these things can get paid. So I'm not too familiar with the particular project timelines and so forth. E ajiki yindad nishiki do sheya do yoshit pahozinda except for the beso nagahajiki. So I know NTUA and I would say Department of IT, those types of things, those are the two entities they would have to reach out and so forth. There's really not a process other than Shadeja earlier said, put together an expenditure plan, the legislative process. You guys know more than that than I do, so the other one with Shadeja, Delegate Crotty, the only thing I think she directed her question as far as projects not going forward, how do you if you want to reallocate those into a hardship program as 67-20 contemplates. The only comments I would have on that would be because these projects are already budgeted, so if you go back and if there's not progress in those things, I would say there's two things. One is if there's encumbrances, those open commitments, OOC has that we have to essentially deobligate those before the essentially OMB Ajiko Eya budget. So they have to do the budget reallocation, I believe is the term. So if there's no open commitment, then it's more of a budget issue, a budget reallocation issue. If there is let's say on one of your line items, it's just open commitment, then there's a process for deobligating it, and then a two-step process, deobligating and then reallocating on the budget side. So
Committee members, are there any further questions or comments?
Yeah, this is
Delegate
Yell here.
Okay, we have two Delegate Amber Cotty, Delegate Yellow here. So this with the Delegate Amber Cotty.
Chair, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So my question is for our Legislative Council, if we could get some guidance on, I know that this will be having ongoing reports, but I'd just like to know what the process is as we continue to develop the hardship application. And I would ask the controller to give us some projections in terms of what's needed from the hardship to meet the threshold of up to $1,500 per adult and $500 per Navajo minor. And my third question is in terms of the dashboard, an idea of where we're at. We do want full transparency to the public. Chair, I want to ask the Office of the Speaker if we could continue to have, it should be daily, a public release in terms of where we're at with this funding, how we're moving forward, what are the challenges, and because I think as individual delegates, we're trying to answer questions, and then what I get is then a forward of a text from a delegate, and it's not the complete picture. I know that there's politics involved in decision making, but I also think we as the council should, in reading some of these press releases that were sent out from the Office of the President, like I'm quoting here, this is not a time to play politics. We should be using these funds for the benefit of the people. And I agree. I think we need to move forward and try to get these funding spent with the projects that have been approved, and then move forward if there's money for hardship, because now we're hearing more and more from across not only Navajo Nation, across the United States, military families, and I think it's hard to create an argument on why we wouldn't provide direct relief if we have enough time to put for it. Thank you, Chair.
So with that question, I'll defer to Legislative Council. I believe Dana was on the line earlier. Is anybody from Chief Legislative Council on the line?
Chair Henio?
Can you hear me? This is Kristen.
Yes, Ms. Lowe. Go ahead, Kristen.
I know that Dana is on the line, so I have a feeling that she's trying to unmute herself, or there's a connectivity issue. She's more familiar with the specific issue in question. I have not participated in. Oh, there she is.
I'm on the line. I've been talking. I guess you can't hear me. I don't know why. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dana.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, the CARES legislation, now all of them that are going in front of the committees and such, but basically the clause Delegate Crotty is asking about states that the progress of all Navajo Nation CARES Fund expenditure plans shall be reviewed by the Budget and Finance and Navajo committees during the month of October 2020. The funding for any project that has not made enough progress to demonstrate that it will be completed by December 30th, 2020 will be reallocated to the Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan for Navajo Committee resolution. My understanding is that the speaker may have blocked off some days at the end of the month for the Navajo Committee. The way to meet on this, the way I believe it should work is that the Budget and Finance Committee, after it has gotten its information and determined if it wishes to reallocate any funds, that would be done through a Budget and Finance Committee Navajo resolution. So I think I may have seen on your agenda that there was to be some discussion as how you wanted to proceed with that. My thought is that to receive this information from the Controller's Office, OMB, the programs, if you wish, whoever, in some type of work session scenario, and then after you've made your determination, we will drop legislation. We can also, it's hard to drop legislation now since we don't have any idea of the projects, but so I'm believing that BNF should probably meet first, come up with its initial position on what projects to reallocate the funds. We will do the legislation, then BNF will do its final adoption, and then it'll move on to NABI. This reallocation does not go to council, nor does it go across the street to the president. Thank you, Chair and Madam Crotty.
Chairman, the Delegate Phil got a question.
Okay, thanks for that response, Dana. They'll go to committee members. Delegate Jimmy Yella here, then I'll go to Delegate Odoso.
Budget Finance Committee and Korea Biasty any Biasty. In the 2020 budget is not as late in positions he based upon the Fantastic arbeidet on Isminia Dalia Biasty. Based a hallo, based a totenda. So it a vacancy. A job and so based on positions are approved with funds to be used for all the programs, not just yours. And by need open so you work for us as a finance committee. It's a $13 million vacancies. Positions are not used for the program for the Navajo Nation. The budget binder here on it, the vacancy, so based on the Ashma, based on the NATO Hotel, based on the approved Jacob, based on the no hard shade, the note, the face Jacob, position that on the city. It should be out to snake up best of there's money that was approved for this position for 2020, which is not used. What the job on addition. I don't the care about it and the short-term duration to show yes we're doing our best to process these expenditure plan for care money related to COVID-19. Or not extension than hard now than so that meeting so now we just have to pay to the people that are just got the $49 million it's a small child with us. Also, the budget. There's also layoff. It's over United People will come on and later on this afternoon. Thank you very much. Payashkit on name. Payashkit in Vietnam planning. So about councilman. Again, also chair. Don't 24 councilmen. So budget for next committee, my colleague. Thank you. Oh yeah, job. Thank you. Go back on mute now. Go ahead.
Sure that delegate yellow hair. I believe Che Odoso wish to make a comment. Go ahead, Che.
Thank you very much, Che. Chairman, other members of the Budget Finance. So Budget and Finance makes a recommendation for what funds will be reallocated and is presented to NABI. NABI is the final authority on that, and we make that as allocation. Since Dana's on the line, there's some funds that we have approved for the executive branch under legislation 116. I'm not too sure what resolution number it is now, but 116 had verbiage language of that the funds were not expended. Any funds were not expended by August 31st. Those funds will revert back to the main pot of the CARES Act. And I guess I know we had this conversation at one of our, it was NABI or council, and I got a vague answer saying, oh, it doesn't say who's going to recoup the money. But as I guess as a controller, you're supposed to, as a controller, you're the financial person for the nation. I would think that would be her job automatically. But since Dana's on the line, could you give us some guidance on who's responsible and what process to recoup the money that are unspent due to unspent according to that August 1st, 2020 deadline. And I guess with that, we need Budget Finance to start working on a resolution to get those dollars reallocated back into the main pot of CARES, because the dollars aren't reused, are used, the unspent dollars. That's all. Thank you.
Jay Galan, thank you for that. So I believe the questions that we're headed this way with the questions from Delegate Amber Crowdy and Delegate Odoso to the controller is that council passed legislation, president has signed it into law. The first, I believe, was back in CJ 47, I believe it was 22. Where there was a sunset clause on there of August 30th, 2020, where the funds have to be expended, not encumbered, by that date. So which of these allocations are we, in your report, is subject to that reallocation by Budget Finance? Ms. Controller, Ms. Perlinkirk, do you want to answer that? Ms. Kirk, are you still on the line? Controller's office?
Oh, Chair, I'm here. So, Ado Adepinda Idishkidigi. Regarding Shija's question, Delegate Otto So, 47-20, legislation Makai. And I believe it's not specific, but even if it did say controllers, we are unable to reallocate. That would be an OMB function. And he audit budget reallocate. We are unable to do that. That would be OMB. All we can do is provide the report. The only other thing we can do is to deobligate those things. But from my perspective, for example, 638, the 3 million. I do know that those agreements were going through the process. So what I'm saying is, because the legislation is not specific. So somebody's got to make those calls to say, the 638, 3 million is going out. The agreements are not done, they're not encumbered, they're not out the door. For me to make the decision, first of all, number one, it's a budgeting function. I'm unable to reallocate that 3 million from my office. That would be OMB. So I just want to make that clear. And then the bathroom addition, that was 3.5 million. They were under the open commitment. So what we could have done would have been an obligation. But again, to make that call on my own, without the legislation telling me, do it this day, is hard to make those judgment calls. Essentially, I'm between a rock and a hard place to deobligate those funds. There are some encumbrances from the HCOC Food and Water. Again, there's some contracts that are sitting there, and I don't know the specifics. I don't know, that would be more the command center would know. We would know the contracts that are encumbered, but we don't know if they're expending those dollars mid-contract. So that's how technical the timing is. So for me to go in and just say, okay, you're done, I'll deobligate this contract. So that is the reason why I think one part is, if it was written a certain way, if we were actually more explicit in how these things happen, then that would have been helpful on the legislation. That is the reason why I believe Council that is the reason why, at least as to myself, we weren't going in there deobligating, because all we can do is deobligate. So again, the 3.5 is obligated. The portions of the 10 million for the food and water is obligated. DIT expended most of their 2 million. We expended most of our 2.5 million. So and then right there at that moment, there's 3 million. I believe those subrecipient agreements have been signed. We're waiting on those disbursement schedules, and so to go back and deobligate, essentially undo those contracts, those agreements, that's the question. Somebody's got to make those calls, and I don't know if that's the committee here. So that's what we're dealing with. And so I think I answered Delegate So's question. I know we're beating this down, but I will say for the record that a year ago for my FY 2020 budget, all I have budgeted was for my fill positions. I had no money for vacancies, and essentially that means I can't hire until I got my excess IDC money, and that I didn't get until January. So we had some hiring activity, but the pandemic hit in March, And so just for timeline purposes, I hope that everybody gets their facts straight and their information correct. So,
Shana Hanyo, Honorable Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask one question?
And is that the extent of your response, Mr. Controller?
Oh.
Okay, I got kicked off the line. That's why.
Honorable Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask one question?
This is Vice Chair Smith. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Vice Chair.
Okay. I believe I keep getting cut off, but Ms. Controller, if you would give the committee a report, and on the same report that you've given us, you highlight the ones that pertain to 4720, and the committee would like to look at that again. If you would do it before the end of the day, highlight those areas so the committee will be aware, because we need to go back and revisit 4720 to see what the language states. I have to echo, so I apologize, committee members. My internet's going off and on here, so but just if you would bear with me. Let's back to the committee members. Any other questions or comments?
Honorable Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask one question?
Chair Hanyo, okay. Thank you. There's no other questions from the committee. Committee members?
Chair Hanyo, thank you. I've been trying to get on. I don't know what's going on with the phones, but thank you for acknowledging me. And
Vice Chair Smith, and then after that, I'll go with today's Chairwoman Charles Newton. But Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
BNF committee members and staff, controller, and those that are listening in on the conversation here. I think that question specifically should have went to the Legislative Council, because we did have a briefing on the CJN 4720 regarding 67 rather, on behalf of who's responsible and who should be able to revert those funds back, and knowing how we would accomplish that. That should be a thing that we would understand as legislation on our legislatures to ensure that we get that language in there. I know that was under page 9, paragraph Q, and there was talk about making a directive, whether we should make a directive, but I don't know if that would be in order. I don't know if Legislative Chief Counsel is listening in, Dana Barbara, but we'd like to have words in there that will ensure that we can address this correctly, so that when we do revert the funds back and utilize it for hardship, I know a lot of folks are saying we have a lot of hardship out here, and they're looking forward to that kind of action if these funds are not, these projects are just stagnant and not moving forward, because we have less than 90 days now. And I know that the books will be closed around December 15th, but we still have to answer to the U.S. Treasury by December 30th, saying these projects were completed, these projects were not completed, so therefore these funds would be reverted back, and I'd hate to see that happen. So, Shinandad, Chair, Ms. Barbara, get on the line and give us some insight on what's going on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, Ms. Barboff Crispin is thinking about that response. I'll go to our Honorable Chairwoman with Law and Order Committee, Ms. Eugenia Charles Newton. Shinanda, go ahead.
Okay, Shana, Budget and Finance Committee, thank you for allowing me to listen in today. Ms. Perling Kirk, I was just now looking at the document that you just now sent over. So that appears to be $388,714,542.27. I keep hearing the December 15th, I guess I'm not sure if that's the deadline or if that is like when you want to start closing out your book. But from today to December 30th, we have exactly 85 days left. My question is, and obviously I'm really pushing to get funds into the hardship because I'm worried that we're not going to be able to spend that money, and I'm really worried about how we are going to explain that to the people because as many of us delegates know, and those who are listening in, as council, we get blamed for every that goes wrong in the government. And so I'm just worried about sending money back when we could be helping our people. So with that, Madam Controller, if you could tell me or if you could actually send me and maybe the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council exactly what would have to be done if, let's say, we decided on October 30th that funds would be reverted back to the hardship, what that would mean for your office to start moving towards getting some of these funds out. I know that you explained already that you will need money for your consultants. What I would like to know is how much money do you need? What is the timeline for getting money out? And then more importantly, how long do people have to wait? If, let's say, they submitted their application today, what would be the timeline that they would have to wait to get that money out? Again, committee members, my colleagues who are listening in, and also those on the World Wide Web, I'm just really concerned that right now the amount to it is the $388,714,542.27 plus we still have that $176 million that is still sitting there. So I'm just starting to worry about, whether we are going to have enough time to expend those funds or not. So, Madam Controller, I hope you can answer that question. Thank you. For allowing me to ask that.
Okay, with that, for that question, back to our Chief Legislative Counsel, Kristen, or Ms. Barba.
Thank you. This is Ms. Bob Ross. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dana.
Okay, great. So we have two different provisions that should probably talk about. So in CJN-4720, that was first expenditures, CARES expenditures approved by the council. If you will remember, this was legislation recommended by OPVP, and that funded food, water, basic necessities for $10 million, computer hardware and software for Navajo Nation government offices for $2 million, bathroom addition $3.5 million, health assistance to the 638 health care facilities for $3 million, and then $2.5 million to improve the procurement and financial system. So so part of that legislation, that's CJN 4720. There is a clause in that. It is Section 3D. It's on page 6 of that legislation, and what it says is failure to expend these funds by August 31st, 2020 shall result in such funds being redeposited into the Navajo Nation CARES Fund. The controller is correct in that it doesn't specifically identify who is to do those redepositing, who's responsible for that. My prior recommendation was for the Budget and Finance Committee to issue a directive to OMB, the Office of the Controller, to follow through on that action. To redeposit those funds. As the controller has stated, it is actually really an OMB option, but responsibility, but I would recommend that the directive be to both OMB and the controller's office. Also add to that directive with assistance by the Department of Justice. As the controller has identified, there may be some issues that come up that the Department of Justice will need to take a position on, and that has to do with contract dollars that are in contracts, because defunding those or de-obligating them, whatever term the controller uses, may create some liabilities to the nation. So Department of Justice should be involved in that. Also, there is a question about how to deal with encumbered funds. I would also recommend that the Department of Justice be involved in those decisions, but there's certainly some that can be done easily. And so I think that the directive should probably put in a short timeline and a report to the Budget and Finance Committee. So that failure to expend funds by August 31st, 2020, that only applies to the expenditures adopted by CJN 4720. Now, in CJN 6720 and even in the legislation in front of you today, 0209-20, as well as the chapter distribution expenditure plan legislation that was approved recently, there is the clause that I read earlier that the progress of all expenditure plan funded progress shall be reviewed by the Budget, Finance, and Nabikiete committees during the month of October 2020. The funding for any project that has not made enough progress to demonstrate that it will be fully completed by December 30th, 2020 will be reallocated to the Hardship Assistance Plan through Nabikiete Committee resolution. As I suggested earlier, the way that I think that this might work is that the Budget and Finance Committee would work in some type of work session mode to review the progress of all expenditure plans, make their initial recommendation decision as to what should be defunded or reallocated to the Hardship Assistance Plan. The Office of Legislative Counsel will take that document and draft legislation to the Budget and Finance and Nabikiete Committee. And when that legislation comes to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee would, of course, have the opportunity to amend any of its original recommendations. So thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I think that I've covered the question as best as I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Dana. And then back to our Controller, Ms. Kirk, for a question from our Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles Newton.
Okay, Triage Chair. Earlier you were asking about specifically to 47-20-ish. Do you want me to go through it again, or do you want me to go to Chairwoman Charles Newton's question?
Go to Ms. Charles Newton's, Delegate Charles Newton's question.
Okay, so Arashdeja, Areben Naidin Kiriki, December 15th, I think you may have heard that as part of my special duty. I was talking about the cutoff for payroll and so forth. So in terms of CARES, of course, the cutoff date is December 30th. As far as the definition of incurred, so if we have, in terms of these CARES funds, everything has to be expended, incurred by December 30th. That means we got the goods or the services by that time. And the same rules apply to any of our subrecipients. Although there is what we call a liquidation period, and let's say we got a delivery on December 30th, which is following proper procurement, and we got goods delivered on December 30th, we have until for 90 days to make that payment. So that's the liquidation payment or period. So and I think we do have 85 days left till December 30th. That includes weekends and holidays. I will point out that there is 57 working days to expend these dollars. That's not much. I am worried. I think, everybody should be worried about not spending these CARES dollars. So earlier, I think, Shadeja, Delegate Crotty was asking about those estimates on numbers and so forth. We did run some numbers with the current enrollment number, which Vital Statistics provided that last week. 327,726 was their number. Although I think maybe they added to that since then. So But that's the number we're working with, and we made some assumptions, and we assume there's 75% out of that number of enrolled members, which is around 245,000 Navajos. I would say 246,000 Navajos. We will need $297.5 million to give if the adult is $1,500 and minors are $500. So I hope that's coming across good. If there's a 75% turnout, meaning 246,000 Navajos turn out with an application getting it approved, we will need $297.5 million to give all the adults $1,500, minors $500. That's kind of the estimates that we have. If we say 227,226 Navajos, 100% turnout, we will need approximately $400 million to give every adult $1,500, minor children $500. Just some statistics. And also, we can provide a written response as you requested as well. So I think some of your other questions is we will need and approve eligibility criteria and application. I know last week we had an impromptu discussion with some of the staff and delegates. So again, if you can imagine processing this many payments, we have to, given in the interest of time, we would have to make the process as simple, streamlined as possible, and also to automate it so that we can process all these payments. I know last week there was discussion about is it first come, first serve, or are we going to have an application period and collect all the applications and make a round of payments? Those are things that remain to be solidified. Right now, I believe we were talking about an application period. And it might make, and it probably will make sense because once we develop the application, we will need time. The consultants that, I've hired that will need to get paid as well. Okay, echoing. So our consultants, they're developing the portal. Specifically for this, we're using the portal for other areas such as the Small Business and Artisan Program, the subrecipient monitoring, and if we do hardship, we'll add to the portal with this program. And so once we get the approved application eligibility criteria, which as I understand would be BNF and HESI, then we will develop it into the portal so that would be up and ready. That's not to say that we won't be doing paper applications, that those means will be available. But in terms of getting this as automated as possible, the portal once developed, we would like those reviews to be automated, and once the system is automated, we would have the capability of once approval, if there's a daily upload to our third-party payment system, then the other question you had was what's the timeline? Once we get an upload to our third-party payment by 2 p.m. Eastern time on a work day, then it's just a matter of the printing will take place that same day. It will get mailed out same day. And then essentially it's a mail time of 3 to 4 days. That's what we're looking at in terms of timing. But again, all of these questions need to be finalized regarding following an up. Okay. I can't compete with someone who's on the phone. Okay. All right. So once the application's finalized, then we have to develop it. Then once the portal is ready to go, then the question is, do we do an application period, which is probably a good idea, because then if we're redeploying some of these CARES dollars because they're not being utilized, then those reallocations can happen. So and then we just have a rollout date where the checks just get printed. So I think I answered the questions that you have. Again, at this point in time, in terms of the resources that is needed, and is paying all the consultants to make sure this happens. I do have other consultants working in other areas. And keep in mind, right now, we are required to report to Treasury until the 13th. And then based on that reporting, Treasury will be out, I would say, next month and into December. So if they show up, then my office has got to be ready for that. And this is all in addition to our regular jobs, dealing with the continuing resolution, getting a budget out, and all the other processing of payments that we have to do, and ensuring compliance, doing contract accounting for all the other grants that we deal with as well. So although the other thing that our office is dealing with is the closeout of the fiscal year, depending on what happens with the budget, all of those things are ongoing, as well as running payroll for between 4,000 to 6,000 employees on a biweekly basis. So those are all the jobs that we are responsible here at OOC. So getting the administering $714 million in the time that we do have takes a lot of effort at all levels, and OOC needs the resources. At this point in time, we have to outsource a lot of work. There are a lot of people working on these various projects, including the small business and artisan. We're also having to combat fraud in some of these applications for the small business and artisan, and I can imagine the same thing with hardship when this gets rolled out. Anywhere from people using, duplicate applications and so forth. So I just want to mention that as well. I think I covered everything. If you have any other questions, let me know, Otto, if you have.
Chairman, this is Dana.
Thank you, members. I think we can move forward with on our agenda.
One last question.
I believe there needs to be, Vice Chair is looking at directive. We can do that after we accept the report. So committee members, let's move forward. We still have a legislation that we need to pass, and we have our delegates waiting and patiently waiting for us to get to their legislations. So committee members, Dana, was that you that?
Yes, I did. I just wanted, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to the controller's report that I have gotten a request from a delegate for legislation for BNF and HESI legislation to adopt the hardship assistance criteria. And I reached out this morning to the controller. I sent an email just requesting for them to send me whatever they have ready. So if we get that legislation drafted and dropped tomorrow, it would be available for Budget and Finance and HESI next week. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chair Smith, did you get that?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry I missed that. The kind of bad reception over here. Could they repeat that real quick? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to Dana, if you would repeat what you said.
Thank you. As you may recall, the hardship assistance expenditure plan requires the Budget and Finance Committee and the HES Committee to approve the criteria and the application process. And I just wanted to let the committee know that I do have a legislation request submitted by a delegate. It was submitted this morning. And so we are working to get that legislation dropped so it will be available to be heard by Budget and Finance Committee and HES next week. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I guess that was for the full committee. If you heard that recommendation there from our attorney, Ms. Dana Berboff. Back to the committee members. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Chair, Ito Aro Shimado, Controller, and then also Dana, Legislative Council, the Chief Legislative Council. I have a question. I know that we're talking about the CARES Act, and I think it's very important. This is, to me, this is a priority. Even though delegates are waiting for us, but this is our meeting, this is Budget and Finance Committee meeting. So I think everybody are listening to it, and I have some chapter officials that are here that really interested into this the discussion that we're having regarding the CARES Act. All the information that we're getting today. My question here is to Dana, then also to if you could help me out. I know that it's going to be very important when we're going to have to spend this money. Because the important thing is the financing. Like I said, you know that I don't know what's holding up, but the spending of this money is hard. When we get to that point of where I know that we're going to have a problem of spending the money if we don't have the staff to do that. So I'm trying to help my Shaman Identity Controller. Ricky Kate, he's requesting for funds to hire some staff. I'm not sure if we can do a legislation for her separately as an emergency to let her hire some staff for it. Is it possible to do that instead of just adding on to some of these regarding some fundings that regarding the CARES Act fundings legislations that we add on to that? If we could do a legislation separately as emergency regarding some to use the CARES Act funding to hire some staff for her, is it possible to do that? That was my question.
Speaker, Chair, if I may. So the short answer to Delegate Begay's question is yes, it would be possible to do separate legislation, but $20 million or so was included in the chapter distribution expenditure plan, which is at OPVP right now, waiting for the president to take some form of action. That action could be to sign the legislation, it could be to do a regular veto of the legislation, or it could be a line item veto. And I believe that the president's 10 days on that expires this Saturday, which I think is October 10th. If the president does end up line item vetoing the allocation of $20 million to the controller, then yes, we can do emergency legislation to be heard at the next council session. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Begay.
Thank you for that response, Dina.
Sure.
We need to move forward.
I had a question for
Dina. Committee members, we need to move forward. We have a lot of business to take care of. If you would make your questions to the point, and then Delegate here.
Oh, yeah. Shay, I have a question for Dina. last time we talked about a extension of this CARE Act fund. And how far do you know about it, Dina, on this CARE Act fund extension? And even not get a chair. I'll go back to mute now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Hold on, Dana.
Okay.
Committee members, any questions for Dana? Any other further questions for our legislative council? Okay, go ahead, Dana.
Thank you. Delegate Yellowhair, my office not know a lot about the status of that request. That is a request concerning congressional legislation, which Congress is going to have to extend that deadline. The best entity to get information from about that is the Navajo Nation Washington office. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair.
Chair, this is Controller. If I can add.
On the extension?
There's been some negotiations and various activities in the last week or so. Otto, 3 minutes ago, I believe it was announced by President Trump to stop negotiations by basically his delegates, so until after the election. So all those talks that have been going on is kind of, I guess you could say, shut down until after the election. That's the latest.
Okay, thank you for that update, Controller, Ms. Kirk. Committee members, any other questions? We need to move forward. We have 2 more reports and then several legislation. With this, call for the questions. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green to support this one here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Amber Canersbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you for that green vote. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Thank you for that green vote. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
Vice Chair Smith texts that he votes green. He can't get off mute.
Okay. So we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 10 not voting.
This is Delegate Jeff, and I vote green also.
Okay, so with that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 10 not voting. I can just report. Though I can allow Ms. Kirk for your contribution to this report. Though with that, let's move forward to plan to complete.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question of privilege.
Go ahead, Shananda. Delegate Amber Crotty.
I apologize. If we could ask our public information officer to provide a press release to the public regarding this report. And I'd also like, I pulled up a press release 0116 20 was being considered, and they had a public comment. I think if we could verify and maybe encourage the public, it's called Navajo Nation Public Comment at Gmail. I haven't seen something similar for legislation 0197 or 0201-20, but I think the public should have a way to communicate with the president regarding their support for those legislations. So if I could get that confirmation, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Recommendation. Peggy, do you know if we have Byron Shorty on the line?
Yes, Chair. I believe he's on the line. He's monitoring our call.
Yes, Chair.
Byron, did you hear the request from Delegate Amber Crotty?
Chair, thank you. Yes, I did, Chair.
You did? Did you hear that request?
Hi, Chair. Sorry. Yes, I did, and we can work on that. Thank you, Chair. Chair, did you hear me? This is Byron. Yes, I confirming receipt of that request, and we can work on that. Hello? Chair?
Byron, I could hear you.
Okay.
This is Peggy. I think Chair is having trouble with the call. Vice Chair, you may have to bend. Vice Chair Smith, are you there, Cecilia? You may have to step up for Chair.
Okay.
He's having trouble with
I'm back.
the call.
I'm back online again. I have to reset my modem here. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Okay, with that, I believe Byron, all I heard was say yes, I did, and I cut off, but I believe he will be working on that press release along with that, gathering public comments regarding the two legislation that we passed at council on the CARES expenditure plans. So with that, moving forward to receiving reports. Item B, plan to complete FY21 budget process. Mr. Bial, are you still on the line with us? Dominic Bial, are you there?
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy. Sorry.
Peggy, go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting.
Peggy, go ahead.
I believe that OMB also had a CARES Act report also, and that was distributed by email this morning to all of you, just FYI and for the record. And Dominic also sent out an email all committee on the budget schedule.
Okay, I see it now. It's from Emmett Francis on the budget timetable. And committee members, this is set at 12:29 p.m. from Dominic Bial. And if you're able to open it. But Mr. Bial, are you still on the line with us, though?
Chair, can you hear me?
Mr. Bial, are you there?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Mr. Bial, are you there? I can hear somebody.
I am here, but you can't hear me.
I can hear you now. Okay. I am looking at your email from 12:29, giving us two options. And if you would just begin with your report on this subject, item B on the agenda.
Okay, but before I get to that, just give me a moment, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, just commenting about the prior subject matter, the CARES report. You know, the way your agenda reads, it says OOC and OMB. So myself and Cordell Shorty, we've been on the line since 11 o'clock, and we submitted a document and information as well. But we didn't get a chance to speak to it, but nevertheless it was sent to you. So having said that, let me go to the subject matter now at hand. Is the suggested budget calendar to finish with the fiscal year 21 Navajo Nation budget. And there's a short email message developed by Emmett Francis that I just decided to forward to you. Hopefully you all have it before you now. But it's my understanding, and it was confirmed by Tom Platero, that the fiscal year 21 budget resolution, the legislation, remains on tabled status. So with that, it's still at council. So therefore, it would seem to me that it would require the Navajo Nation Council to simply reconvene and begin again on the budget. So the message from Mr. Francis just provides two possible dates for the council to reconvene again on the budget, followed by the 10-day period for the president to act. And the two possibilities that are mentioned are labeled option 1 and option 2. Option one would be the first week in November, and we have it 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Obviously, as we know, it doesn't have to be that long necessarily. All depends on the scope and nature of the council once it reconvenes on the budget. That would be followed by the president's 10-day period, November 7th through the 16th, for his action. Now, you notice there's a 2 or 3 day period in between, because after council finally finishes on the budget legislation, our office, OMB, we would have to revise the big budget book pursuant to any amendment. And then likewise, the legislation, the resolution itself, the exhibits A, B, C, D, etc., would have to be revised. So that provides like a couple of days to do that. Before the speaker certifies it, then it goes across the street. So option 2 would even be sooner. That would be October 27th through the 29th, followed by the president's review period, November 1st through November 11th. Now, one of the reasons we decided to propose these particular dates, which is why, or because they might appear to be sooner than the end of the fiscal, or not the fiscal year, but the end of the first quarter. Remember, there's a continuing resolution in place at the moment, and it goes to the end of December 31st. Now, in the CR resolution, there's language that says the Speaker will convene the budget session by 30 days prior to the end of the first quarter. So this would move even quicker than that, because it seemed to be, from the budget session, the most critical or the biggest issue that was out there was really the veterans budget. And so that needs to be addressed, and hopefully that, by and large, that would take care of the primary issue involving the budget. Now, subsequently, because we're in the CR period, the allocations to the branches, divisions, programs, departments, etc., are based on the fiscal year 2020 beginning budget. So with that, we're finding that the CR budget at 50% of last year's allocation doesn't cover everything. It'll only cover it for, depending on the program and business unit, for certain period of time. So therefore, we've already had some discussion, OMB, the controller, DOJ, President's office, and various others, about how it will be best for the council to meet sooner rather than later to approve the overall budget. Because once that happens, then some of these shortfalls will be resolved. They'll be covered, they'll be picked up. Mr. Chair, that's the presentation, and those suggested dates are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young, for that report. Committee members, is there a motion?
Ms. Delegate Brown, I motion.
Second. Delegate Crowdy will second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown motions to accept this report, second by, I believe I heard Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So they have a motion and a second. Committee members, questions?
Chair, this is Delegate Crowdy with the question.
Go ahead, Shananta. Delegate Amber Crowdy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for your report. I apologize that we did not hear your oral report. Thank you for the written report regarding the expenditure. I think my question regarding the comprehensive budget, another issue that was raised beyond the veterans was also the layoff for the proprietary account, and then the layoff that were being for the K account. And I don't think that information was clear to council. I'm not sure at your end, Mr. Bial, did OMB receive that listing of the possible layoffs? I'm still waiting for him to give us a kind of layoff for fiscal year 21. Thank you, Chair.
That, and then any other questions or comments, committee members? Tenoya, go back to Mr. Bial. You have one question from Delegate Amber Crowdy.
Okay, thank you, Chair Henio. Replying to Delegate Crowdy, as she said, one of the other related concerns that was raised during the overall comprehensive budget deliberations was some of the proprietary fund, where there either wasn't an allocation provided due to the fact that these estimates and projections that are provided by the controller's office are based on anticipated generation of revenue. And what brought this up, as you recall, was the fair. Because there was no fair, there was no 4th of July as well due to the pandemic. There was no revenues generated. So initially, at the beginning of the budget process, there was no allocation given to the fair and other entities that are in a similar situation. So that's what caused the concern. Well, if there's no allocation given to them and therefore there's no budget, what's going to happen to the staff on board? So in the case of the fair, the Controller's office finally did issue on Wednesday of the day that the budget eventually got tabled, an amount. And as I recall, the Controller's office, Mr. Robert Willey actually, was talking about how during the month of October they would revisit all of these proprietary accounts and perhaps make similar adjustments to some or all of them. I guess that remains to be seen. So that would help address in part the any anticipated or expected layoff. Now, for the time being, because of the CR, those positions are maintained, at least as far as the funding will go. Now, on the K account numbers, any potential or possible layoff, I'm not familiar with that one.
This is Rudy from DOJ. Just want to suggest maybe we enter executive session if we're going to talk about layoffs. Thank you.
What was that, Rudy?
Just suggesting maybe we go into executive session if we're going to discuss layoffs in any more detail. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bial, if you would keep it general on the layoff portion. Otherwise, we would be forced to go into executive session if you would. And thank you, Rudy, for interjecting there. So, Mr. Bial, if you would just keep it general, if you would.
Yes, sir. Well, as you can tell, my comments so far are very general. So what I was starting to say on the K account, our office doesn't have any information, any position abolishments, changes, or anything, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Bial. Committee members, back to the committee. Any questions or comments? I don't hear any. So let's move forward to vote, then to accept the report. Committee members, on for the question. Shinada Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
I'll vote green. Yeah.
Kushina Ado Shinada Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Chair, this is Peggy. Sorry. Vice Chair says he's voting green. He can't unmute his phone.
Okay. Maybe if he could just log off and dial back in, that might work too. Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith votes green by your text. Shema, Delegate Amber Karate.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Barkrati votes green. Thank you.
Kushina. What's that, green?
Yes, that was green. Thank you very much.
Okay. Kushina. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, that Chair. Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Okay. We have 5 in favor.
Chair Henry, can you hear me?
Opposed. Chair not voting.
Chair Henry.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can.
Question
we can hear you now. Hold on. For the record, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on accepting the report on item B. Back to Vice Chair Smith. Question privilege. Thank you, Chair Henry. For suggesting I shut up the phone and it came back on. I was going to ask a question. Here's option 1 and option 2. I think we should go with option 1. Cool. This month we're busy with getting ready for fall session, and then November. That's what I was going to suggest, but I guess we already voted, so I don't know what we're going to do. Vice Chair Smith, this is just a report. So what we can do is we can add an action item to new business by suspending the flow rules, and that way the committee can take a official action on option 1 or option 2. So you could do that if you want to when we get to new business. Vice Chair Smith to add that action item from report item B. Thank you. With that, committee members, we have on our agenda Mr. Shonavin Dale. Shonavin Dale, are you still on the line with us? Shonavin Dale, are you still on the line with us? Navajo Nation Risk Management. Mr. Shonavin Dale. Mr. Shonavin Dale, first call.
Chair, this is Byron.
Byron, yes.
Yes, just a note. The unmuting key sequence for this call is ***.
Hello? I can barely hear you. Hello? Shonavin Dale?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for calling back in. I believe, if you can't unmute yourself, just hang up and then call back in. That works too. So
okay, thank you, Byron, for clarifying.
You're on deck right now, so if you would begin with your report regarding the status of the insurance premiums for Insurance Services Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. Deso chana nelje aje ya banash nishleho leni kindo ni chirida agi ba peso chana nelje aje shoda anish aje ya katakushina khay shlata ba na khay ye be ni chudi ashda no e kwa hanish jelia etik kha khaygi na kidmilo an na Ding the bond asai hagi to ya based on dinigi sato ya oh ni che hulya ado unta ya ko o jiko base which na neljigi ya sato bik another ilye ho ya nahol jish na kapik ya kodo ba chotish so yeah. So today's report is going to be focused on the current status of the Navajo Nation's insurance in regards to the property and casualty pool and the impacts of the continuing resolution that was recently approved by Council. The Navajo Nation Risk Management Program oversees the property and casualty pool, and I sent this report out to Peggy, so you guys probably have a copy of this as well. We oversee the property and casualty pool for the Navajo Nation government and 11 tribal enterprises. Last year, the insurance pool paid approximately $9,947,548 and some change in premiums and fees. This year, the projected fees and premiums are approximately $9,461,304 and some change. Total excess insurance premiums due would be approximately $1,584,163.52 for fiscal year 2021. All know Council passed Resolution CS 77-20, which was eventually signed by the President on September 28th, allowing for the Navajo Nation government to operate on a continued resolution basis. The resolution essentially allocated of the previous year's allocation to cover operational expenses. This is only the second time that this has occurred. Previously in 2011, previously in 2010, the FY 2011 budget was also not passed. The council then approved a continuing resolution with an allocation of 5% of the operating budget. For some reason, I had 90%, so if you have that copy, please forgive me. That the correction is 45%. Then was allocated in 2011 to continue into March of FY 2011. During the week of September 21st, the Navajo Nation began receiving insurance proposals. This is all due to the fact that COVID was here and we could not have in-person meetings. We could not collect data like we usually do in person. So everything was done virtual, online, or via web. But we started receiving data and renewal proposals. The proposals were presented to the Navajo Nation Insurance Commission, at which time the Commission reviewed and approved the authorization to bind those insurance premiums. All binders were in place and the policies were issued. We are currently awaiting declarations and awaiting policy binders. We anticipate to start receiving premium invoices within the next 30 days. Herein lies the problem. With only 25% of the funding approved through the continuing resolution, risk management is not able to submit invoices for the entire premium balance. Page 2 of that report, you see two tables there. These tables are provided by OMB. The first table at the top shows the business units in which the premiums are paid, and this is the allocation that risk management has received in those business units. So that's a quarter of what our allocations should have been. So for general liability, for example, general liability, we only received $503,303. So that is our current budget status. You see in lawyers' professional liability, we already have an encumbrance, which takes our balance into a negative number there. So down below that is where I'd like to draw your attention. In the second table, you see a table produced by OMB. It has our current budget allocation at a quarter at 25%. In column B, you see our premiums that will be due in 30 days, so right around November 1st. And you can see in column C the difference, the deficits that we were already going to be hitting. Now, when this happened in 2011, my understanding is that then Controller Mark Grant approved and authorized the risk management program to operate into a deficit to pay the insurance premiums. That's my understanding with the staff and the former risk manager here in talking with them what had happened back when this continuing resolution first occurred. So you can see that we have a negative balance of $1,312,883. So let's take business unit 812009, our property. you can see that we have a budget allocation of $1,130,242.25. However, our property premiums will be $2,465,360, showing a negative balance of $1,335,118.27. So within the past couple of days, I've received calls from the president's office. We've had a couple of caller meetings, as well as from the chair, Mr. Hinio, and as well as from the speaker in regards to how this would impact our current insurance premiums. The recommendation that we are working on with the controller's office and OMB as well is to go ahead and have the controller issue a memo to that effect, to where the risk management program can continue to pay its bills in the interim. If not, then there's also the possibility of using a drawdown from the property and casualty reserve account. So those would be some of the options, but I think the first option would probably be the best, as drawing down in the reserves would take, legislative action, I do believe, and that's never been done. So that would be a feat in itself. But we are working with the controller's office. We are working on getting this resolved. Hopefully by tomorrow morning, we should have some better understanding, a complete understanding of where we're going. I know Mr. Woolley was going to run it.
Can I get a hold of a tablet?
So that's where we're set at with insurance premiums, committee members. Mr. Hinio.
Thank you for that report, Mr. Dale. Committee members, there's motion to support.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion by Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty. Is there a second? Is there a second, committee members?
Vice Chair Smith, second.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith seconds that motion. So for the record, we have a motion by Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty, second by Shananta, Delegate Vice Chair Smith. Committee members, questions or comments regarding the report and presentation by Mr. Shonovan Dale?
Chair Hanios, Vice Chair Smith, I got a question.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Just like before, it was just a report. So when do we take action on this? Do we suspend the floor rules and bring us prior to the OMB report enacted? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, now for that question, Vice Chair Smith. So back to the report, Mr. Dale.
Thank you.
I heard that you said this has already been addressed by the controller right now, and so therefore, do you need committee action or not, Mr. Dale?
Let me answer that with a yes and a no. So in case of a no, then the controller would be able to address this administratively as provided in the continuing resolution. If they can allow for this to happen, letting us run into a deficit to pay our bills, our premiums, that would be perfect. If not, then we would probably need council or committee action to draw down from our property and casualty reserve funds to pay for the premiums up front. And then once we collect our revenues, when we're back in full operation, we can resume with paying back the property and casualty pool. However, no action is needed right now. We do have a approximately 30-day window before premiums are becoming due. So we do have some time to the middle or the first week of November is when we actually have some time to maneuver administratively in trying to resolve the premium.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Dale. So back to Vice Chair Smith. Does that answer your question regarding action that needs to happen today? And according to Mr. Dale, there is a 30-day window for them to handle this administratively.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments, committee members? I'm not hearing any responses from the committee, so we'll call for the question. Accepting the report. Shananta, Delegate Vice Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellen here.
I'll vote green. We had to move on. Chair.
Gashina. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Vigay. Okay, Elmer P. Begay. Okay, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. I can't allow Mr. Dale for that report. And let's move along to next item, old business, item 6A, legislation 209-20. This legislation is sponsored by Shinanta Che Yalan Begay. Are you still on the line, Mr. Shinanta?
Chairman, I am on the line.
Kushina, at the last meeting, this committee did not take action on this legislation, and therefore we lost the quorum, and therefore it's there's still a motion and a second. Motion by Shinanta Delegate Nathaniel Brown, and a second by Shinanta Delegate Amber Crotty. So where I believe we left off and lost the quorum was Peggy, if you would give us some update of where we lost the quorum and what the committee still needs to do.
Chair, I had a question about that. Do you resume with I'm thinking that you would resume with the delegate that's sponsoring the legislation to provide you an overview, sort of like you're starting over again, because we didn't have quorum and we only had, I believe we only had 2 or 3 delegates, and it was late in the evening on the 17th that this was on the agenda. And so I don't even recall what the debate was about at the time. Maybe the sponsor can kind of like give you an overview of what the discussion was and all.
Okay, thank you
and
for that.
And maybe, I don't know if Kristen wants to chime in about the process.
Okay, last I remember, committee members, is that before I lost signal or lost web service here, it's that we were talking about an amendment from Shinanta Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So that we'll give the floor back to our sponsor, Shinanta Delegate Kialan Begay. If you would give us an update on this legislation and if there's any changes that have been made, or maybe you might have a change of heart. Shinanta Delegate Kialan Begay, I'll give you the floor for legislation 209-20.
Hello, Chairman.
We can hear you.
Okay. Shinanta Finiki, Budget and Finance Committee. Brothers, legislation 209 Yatio Kodo late in the evening we did lose a quorum, so I believe it is still in the discussion stage. So I don't know how much time that you're going to give me back to do a thorough report back again or a presentation. But I do have, I don't know if they're still on the line, the President's office, and then all the individuals that are potentially will be receiving some of the funding, other programs. Legislation 209 specifically, it does ask for the $176 million. The remaining legislation go be to the President's office. So technically, we don't have funding to discuss, but I've been trying to get a hold of you through the advisor to get your number to discuss this earlier. But because several situations, these other 2 legislation are been done all morning. I've been listening in from the controller and OMB. Potentially, a lot of these fundings might not even be utilized, especially with the process. So, if the initial first resolution that was passed and signed into law, and that's been over 3 months now, and those fundings is just beginning to trickle into the intended purpose. Now we're less than 85 days to December, excluding the weekends. I don't know. I'll probably get some negative or not a good tune feedback to say that don't accept an that the legislation ki akoko le latin jo president's office the ana hos zingo jo that in the AD which not at all. But again, lache the never kite or what ki jo agit the need to kapit kan and the never kite the lote akoko dik at 17 at ego kodo exhibits be car in 171 legislation 0209 akoko a arj the quick she the nebe kite or was a give a car and no thiniki ko benna go a to rj has ado what are a program which hotalia do le akoko benna go lahit a let do I guess let me give back to your decision no thiniki if you want me to go ahead and continue acting on this, but what if the president signed both of those two legislation into law, and yet if we're going to spend so much time debating this, then it all goes to nowhere once that legislation, those two other resolutions are signed into law. So a quacky not that's a hit other shibish hot or shame, but we have to face the reality. I mean, because I did support the two other legislation. At the beginning, I did tell the speaker, actually that's it that happened now that I thought she legislation or because the very next day I request for legislation, but it took more than almost 2 weeks just to get it out of the legislative council. The other two that's all, yeah. But nonetheless, that's probably on the internal side issue. But nonetheless, so again, we did not install the sheen don't let attention now you is Khalid ala that not John hit the door Niki should be passes the net base of the card deal was a get it I don't not kick up be ilni ajit door a call a quack that the did outdoor be when he has seat or less shadow budget and finance committee members not slinky a cocoa hit other bake I thought hit other bake as a hot dog the hikishi that would loan the a ashin a pinty that a door has your things go yet kudo the nabe kite do you be kite or was a key Japan did but the initial list and so additional a carbon go issue that's a bit kudo on hitch maybe have a thorough discussion specifically what is it that the count committee should and plan on doing with this legislation, knowing technically that there's no funding to be discussed for this particular legislation while we wait on the two legislation that the council had sent over to the president's office. Chairman Hinio, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Begay, the yellow hair, Ado Brown, Ado Shema, Miss Crotty, Kodit Ajo Bahazini, by Yat Hitobe Yatki Kodo, those two other legislation, hit IC baby case, so Johata, it's so Yat hit, so Aja push and a Corbin Nagish, Quagiragoshi, Benazis, Ado Listado. Satori hot no the shibe yat or less. So what election no delegate ashin kodoba has seat or less. Chairman Henio?
Here launch a check, Delegate Gail McGay. Back to the committee, Delegate sponsor Delegate Gail McGay is requesting feedback from the committee on this legislation, and he has given his explanation. So, committee members, any questions or comments regarding 209-20?
Hello?
Committee.
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Go ahead.
Yeah. The way I understand my brother, Mr. KLDK, I'm not too sure what this legislation will be interference with the two legislation was submitted across. Election, Halet Konde Nasco, Opportunity in the shade over all is going to vote on it. Today, Mr. Key LMBK on this legislation. Today, links to the just vote on this one. So, make sure it's just support and move on with this legislation. My colleagues, Chair, Bube, on mute now.
Get enough for the comments. I'll get Jimmy on here. Committee members, any other questions or comments? Chair Henios, Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Oh, okay, Shananda, Chair Do, BNF committee members. Mani, who's forum, Penina, and the host souls. My question goes out to Legislative Council. I hope I got their ears. Legislative Council, are you guys on board? Not if you have to.
This is Dana. I'm on the line. I'm the.
Sir, let me call you back. I'm on the line, ready to call you back. What my question is, there was two legislations that went through. One was Honorable Freeland, Honorable Chairwoman Newton, and during that discussion, $90 million plus was appropriated, and the discussion was on Newton's legislation was to reduce it because they didn't want to go over to CARES. Now, if we just pass this alone, aren't we contradicting ourselves? I'm in favor of getting the monies out there, but if we're going to be setting precedents and making one resolution take a deduction, 90 plus 49 is approximately the whole 76 million. What are we doing? I thought we were going to wait until we see what happens with the president on what he's going to do, whether line item veto or veto the whole thing, or knowing how much money we would have afterwards, and then entertain this legislation that's forth in front of us. That's my question, my concern, because on this hand we did this, but on this other hand we're trying to do something else. So I need some guidance on this through Legislative Council, because Legislative Council said we should do this because 90 million was voted on through the council. Then when Chairwoman Newton's legislation came up, it was for hardship at 175 million, which I was in favor of 175 million, but we dropped it down to 49 million. That's my question, Chair. Thank you. Okay, with that, we do have a question for Ms. Dana Burbach. You would go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, I really appreciate you raising that question, how you phrased it. So, yes, you are correct that the chapter distribution plan sponsored by Delegate Freeland and the hardship assistance plan sponsored by Charles Newton, that after approval of those plans, the council had allocated all the available CARES funds. When this legislation was put forth, it was intended to use the remaining balance of the CARES fund. It did not take into account, of course, it couldn't, the passage of the two other plans. So right now, there are no CARES funds available based on the information that our office has to fund this plan. So the Budget and Finance Committee could table this until it is identified if there are additional funds, and go back and, working with the sponsor, of course, reallocate the remaining funds. But as you know, this is also going on to NABI and the council, and under Title II and the council rules, etc. If the Budget and Finance Committee tables something, it still moves on. So it moves on to Nabikiete. So at the moment, Budget and Finance has basically three options, maybe even four. One would be to table the legislation, but as you are aware, tabling it will move on. The other option is to approve the legislation as is. It will move on to NABI. The other is to vote the legislation down, and it will move on to NABI. The other is to amend the legislation, although you would have to amend it down to zero, at this point, and it will move on. It will then move on to NABI. So really, whatever action that the Budget and Finance Committee takes today on this legislation, it is going to move on to NABI. At NABI, a decision will then be made as to whether to table the legislation until the next council session, to refer the legislation back. NABI will have numerous questions, but as I think I mentioned earlier in this call, the president's date to veto, line item veto, sign into law on the hardship assistance plan, the chapter distribution plan is this Saturday. After that happens, then there will be more information if there are funds available for this legislation. If there are funds for this legislation, it will need to be amended to reflect the amount of funds available. One other thing I would like to, while I'm on the line, point out to delegates, our office has got numerous requests from delegates to add additional expenditure plans to this legislation or to increase amounts. To add additional expenditures plans. Yes?
Dana, can you hear me? Okay. Committee members, I'm going to be logging off here. My technician is here to reset my internet antenna. So he's have to disconnect me for a while. So, Chair Smith, if you would take over and then let me see if I can drive out to Rainbow Village and call back in. Go ahead, Dana. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So even if there were, the president completely line item vetoes the chapter distribution plan and the hardship assistance plan, this legislation still captures all of the funds that would be available after those line item vetoes. So adding additional expenditures to this plan will require that whatever's in the plan, something in the plan be reduced. So Vice Chair Smith and Budget and Finance Committee, I hope I have laid out your options for the day. Thank you.
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. Are you still here for the time being? Then okay. When you don't hear my voice again, then you'll know I got knocked off. Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Chair Henio. October 10th, time that we will actually know whether there's enough, or we'll know how much money's left. My thinking is that we table this and then let it go on into Nabakiatkit regarding the amount that would be available during Nabakiatkit. I hate to vote on this knowing that there's no funds and knowing that there's two legislations set forth at the executive office. I motion to table this, Chair Henio. There's a motion on the floor to table legislation 209-20. Is there a second to that motion?
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Yell here.
I also have paid the quick table not but they get hold just 85 days I think.
Hold on. Delegate Yell here. We need a second first before I recognize anything.
Oh, okay.
Is there a second? Any committee members? Is there a second? There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Committee members?
I'll second.
Okay. There's a second on the tabling motion. And with that, committee members.
Question of privilege, Chair. This is Delegate Brown.
Question of privilege by Delegate Brown.
I'm sorry, Chair. I went out for a little bit.
There's a motion to table this legislation by Vice Chair Smith and second by Delegate Amber Cotty of legislation 209-20.
Okay, until what date?
It's tabled until next committee meeting, or if Nabakiat comes up before then it'll automatically go on to Nabakiat, which I believe is Thursday.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
That motion to table, and there's a second. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Yeah,
thank you. Go ahead,
voting
I'll
on.
ask after. I have a point of privilege.
Hold on. There's a point of privilege by Delegate Amber Cotty.
Thank you, Chair. My question would be for staff. If you can pull up the line item vetoes with the former CARES funding and identify in this legislation how many of those items were line item vetoes.
Okay, with that, Patsy
Peggy, did you get that?
Mr. Chair, can you give me specifics on that? Are you talking about past legislations that were line item vetoed by the president for CARES funds?
I believe what the request is that with this legislation, there are items in there that have been vetoed in the past by President Nez. So if you could get a listing of those items that were vetoed in the past but are still showing up in, I believe, in this legislation, because this is 209 is what we're talking about. I believe that's what the request is.
Chair Henio.
Okay, this back to the question, calling for the question on the tabling legislation. Tabling motion and a second discussion. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
We're
voting on tabling the legislation.
Vote.
And Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Chair, let's go voting.
Vice Chair Smith.
No
Vice Chair
debating
Smith.
on tabling motion. Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote? We'll go back to Nassau, to Shinanta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
What's that, green?
Yes, that was a green affirmative vote. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. Shinanta,
It
Delegate
looks like Vice Chair
Nathaniel Brown.
Smith votes green via text.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Okay, thank you. Red. For the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about red?
Okay, for the record,
How about red?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes red, and I believe via text, Vice Chair Smith votes green. So there is 3 in favor, 2 opposed. So therefore, legislation 209-20 is tabled. So moving forward to new business item, 225-20. Peggy, if you will read that into the record. Okay, hold on.
Chair.
Hold on.
This is Peggy. Chair.
Yeah, Peggy, go ahead.
Can you repeat who voted in favor of tabling again, please? I was interrupted. Sorry.
Okay, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Crotty voted green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown voted red. And Delegate Elmer P. Begay voted green.
Thank you.
Okay, and read 225-20 into the record now.
Legislation number 0225-20, an action relating to budget and finance and health, education, and human services, amending the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, sponsored by Pernell Halona. Council delegate, has been read into the record, and Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has final authority on this legislation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, is there a motion?
Yellowhair.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Second by Delegate Begay.
Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, committee members, we have our sponsor, Pernell Halona. Are you online, Mr. Halona? Delegate Pernell Halona.
Let's call.
Delegate.
I'm here on the phone, Chair. This is Alona.
Okay. We are on legislation 225-20. There is a motion, and then there's a second. Committee members, are there any questions?
This is Delegate Crotty with a lot of questions. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Delegate Alona, you have 20 minutes. And before you do begin, Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
I'm going to have to call you back or call back later. Okay.
Vice Chair Smith?
I can't. I'm on a meeting now right now.
Okay, somebody, can you guys call each other back while you're on mute? We can hear you. Okay, committee members, I'm going to get knocked real soon here. So, Delegate Elmer Begay, can you take over the meeting?
While
we're doing this, let me see if I can drive out away from this house here and to the civil area. With that, Mr. Delegate Halona, if you would begin.
Chair, before he begins, can I ask, when are we supposed to have the work session regarding the veterans? That was requested.
Okay, with that, there's a question about the work session regarding
Mr.
some
Chair.
kind of operation. Peggy, you wish?
Chair.
Go ahead.
I was going to make that announcement at the end of the discussion, but October 15th, the Legislative Council would like to have a session, executive session with the committee on this topic with the Budget and Finance Committee and legislative staff. That would be October 15th.
Okay, with that,
Chair, can I get some guidance if we're going to have a executive session on the 15th? How do you want to frame this conversation with this legislature now?
I would, Mr. Chair, this is Peggy again.
Okay.
Could we have Dana weigh in on that, please? Dana or Kristen?
That's where I was headed. So Dana.
Thank you, Chair and Delegate Crotty. So, after discussions with the Speaker's office, on October 15th, there will be an executive session, work session with my office, council delegates. All council delegates, of course, are invited, and legislative staff. That will be on the 15th. On the 16th, I believe that Speaker's office is putting together a public type work session to hear from others, so as far as the question as to how you wish to proceed today, once again, this legislation, it is Budget and Finance Committee and HES. HES is the final approval authority. If the Budget and Finance Committee wishes to debate the legislation, do amendments, certainly that is a possibility today, and then that would move on to HES with the amendment. If Budget and Finance Committee wishes to table the legislation until the work session, as all tabled legislation, it could still move on to HESI if they meet before the work session. So it's really a choice for the committee and guidance from the chair. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Suzette Elmer, I think you're in charge of the meeting.
Okay, Krishna. So I heard it, Shadeja. You're trying to ask a question too?
Oh, I just need a clarification. So from our legislative council, delegates have asked that this legislation be heard at Nabakiat. Am I able to make that recommendation at the committee to refer to Nabakiat? Can you give me some guidance on that, Ms. Barbara or Ms. Lowe?
Thank you. Delegate Crotty. I need just a second to look at my rules for those types of referrals. I hope Ms. Lowell is also. Give me just a second.
So back to Peggy. Mr. Emil left. Hello, can you hear me? Anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. I have the answer to Delegate Crotty's question about referring this to Nabakiete. I am looking at 2 NNC 164 A14. Where it says all appointing public officials and significant or controversial resolutions may be referred to the Nabakiete Committee for discussion prior to being certified or enacted at the discretion of the Speaker, by referral from a standing committee having final legislative authority, or by the written request of a delegate who is not a member of the standing committee which considered such resolution. So in this instance, I think that referral to the Nabakiete committee, probably it's going to have to be at the discretion of the Speaker. Because one, the other options are by referrals from a standing committee having final legislative authority, and in this instance, it is HES who has final legislative authority, and then the next option is by the written request of a delegate who is not a member of the standing committee which considered such resolution. And as Delegate Crotty is a member of this standing of the Budget and Finance Committee, she could not make that request. It would have to come from a delegate who is not on BNF or HES. So the fallback position is to refer it to NABI, to have the Speaker refer it to NABI. Thank you, Chair and Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. The question was answered?
Oh, yes, it does answer my question. But I think So the request needs to be made to speaker to refer it to NABI, but not a member of the committee that's been assigned.
Okay.
Is that what you heard, Shania?
Yeah, that's what. Good.
Actually, Delegate Crotty, if I could, let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, as I'm reading subsection A14, it actually doesn't say that a written request needs to be submitted to the
This conference has reached its maximum
speaker
duration and will end in 1 minute.
necessarily. It looks like it's just...
Can we go ahead? I think we reached our maximum on this phone. So can we, so all the listeners, can we shut it off and then maybe start it back up in about 2 minutes?
5
minutes now. Good enough.
Then they took a break in this. Hola.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. How many members do we have back on the call?
This is Delegate Brown. I'm back on the call.
Is this the number you're calling?
We can hear background noise. Somebody needs to mute their phone.
We're back again.
Hi, Peggy.
Hello, Peggy. Is all the members back in line? Do a roll call?
I'm Hidea Nakil, Delegate Brown and yourself, Hidea. So
Chinese?
far.
Okay. Delegate Yellow Hair? Delegate Smith? Delegate Crowdy?
Just being silly.
Yeah.
Peggy, we'll go ahead and wait for them.
Okay, thank you.
Peggy, can you hear me?
Delegate Begay, this is Donovan with the Speaker's Office. I just want to let you know that there was a slight glitch and it's been fixed, so everyone's back on the call again. You have 20 callers.
Okay, thank you for that. So, is everybody out back online? BNF members, Yellow Hair, are you online? Smith, Nisha, Delegate Crowdy, Delegate Brown.
Lost a quorum.
We lost a quorum. But you guys can hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I think what happened was it said that the organizer ended the call, and so now we're all having to call back in again. There's 22 callers on the line right now, is what I'm being told from the speaker's office.
Yeah, we got it. There was an announcement that made. I just want to know that BNF members are on the line again.
Roll call. You can do roll call, Shazia, if you want.
Okay.
Ramona, are you back on the call?
Yes, I am.
BNF members, are you back online?
Vice Chair Smith back online. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Yellow Hair, are you back online? Crowdy?
Shania, I'm here. Yes, please.
Okay. Delegate Brown. So there's three members with me.
Samantha, Delegate Elmer Begay. I'm still online. They're still working on my internet here.
So are you gonna go back on the line with us? There's gonna be 4 of us with you.
Let me, for the time being though, so where are we at, Samantha, on sharing?
We got a question asked by Crowdy, and then Chief Legislative Council answered back. So that's where we were.
Okay, Shana. So that committee members, are we ready for the presentation from Delegate Cornell Alona?
Yes, we're ready for that one.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
Amber, Delegate Crotty had asked for a question to Legislative Council, and she was responding to Delegate Crotty regarding referrals to NABI, how that process is according to Title II. So she was elaborating on that further for clarification to Amber. That's where we were. Dana, I'm not sure if she's back on the call because we were all dropped for a few minutes there.
Dana.
This is Kristen. I'm on the call. Dana had to skip off, but I can step in.
Okay, Kristen, if you would finish off the question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So we were looking at this some more 2 NNC subsection A14. And upon further reflection, it seems as if that point about at the discretion of the speaker is not an independent condition, but it's something that applies to the other two. So by referral from a standing committee having final legislative authority, or by the written request of a delegate who is not a member of the standing committee which considered such resolution. It seems that both of those are at the discretion of the speaker. So I just wanted to clarify that point, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Kristen. Hey, back to Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be making that request, Speaker, because I have heard from delegates who are not on Budget and Finance Hess. They would like provide, I think, in terms of also offering amendments, and that could be done at Navajo because, if you're not on the committee, you could ask questions, but you can't offer amendments nor to vote. And what I've heard from colleagues be able to advocate for their veterans. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Delegate Pernell Halona, if you would begin your presentation.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody, colleagues, members of the BNF committee.
Veterans of the night? Yeah.
Let's see, I guess I'm competing with somebody. But so this is legislation 2022-520, and this legislation is just a plan of operations for the Veterans Administration, the Office of the Veterans Administration. This plan of operation is just a reapproval of the plan of operations that we had prior. The plan of operations, I think it's been hadn't been looked at for several years now. So we're just trying to renew the plan of operations and make it up to date and include some things that weren't included in there, such as the housing clause, the different things that weren't in this plan of operations. They're all pointed out in the exhibits. And there's very little changes to this plan of operation. Mr. Z, are you on the line? Chair, I have my agent, Mr. Z.
Yes, sir, I'm on the line.
Chair, could I have him do his part of the presentation, please?
He's your agent. You can do whatever you want.
Yes, he's my agent. Mr. Z?
Thank you, sir, and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I apologize. I'm trying to pull the document here so that I can make sure that I'm accurate in my remarks. But Delegate Halona, I think, was pretty accurate in his summary that the Veterans Administration Plan of Operation has not been amended since its initial inception in 2016. This is one of the requirements that were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee in response to the Auditor General's report on the housing program, that for us to be able to resume the program and expenditures of the funds from those accounts, the plan of operation does require being updated. So that is why, one of the many reasons why it's before you today. Excuse me. Another reason is the existing plan of operation does not highlight the administrative staff within the Veterans Administration that are necessary for the performance of the duties. When close attention is paid to the appropriate sections, only the executive director's position is authorized by the plan of operation. No administrative support staff, VSOs, accounts maintenance specialists, other office support positions, they are not authorized by the plan of operation. So as the administration moves forward, attempting to grow additional staff positions to be able to provide the services to the veteran population, we are aware now that the Navajo Nation does require those positions be an approved plan of operation. So those positions have been included in the organizational chart that is attached. But those are the biggest hurdles right now that we are facing with this plan of operation. And just as a closing remark, the Veterans Administration Plan of Operation is specifically for the Veterans Administration. And there is a separate plan of operation for the Veterans Advisory Council. And that is something that the other members of the Advisory Council and myself will be taking for future action and recommendations to the Health, Education, and Human Services Oversight Committee to have that plan of operation brought current as well. We are currently in a meeting with the Advisory Council, so I don't have some of those members who would be able to provide some additional comments on the plan of operation. But the document that we have before you, we think is sufficient to get us through at least the next year, if not for several years to come. And we would appreciate your support on moving this legislation through to Hess as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. Appreciate that. Chair Henio, that's the end of our presentation. If we have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. Thank you. Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Begay, Elmer.
Yeah, this is Delegate McGay. I could hear you.
Sir, do you know what happened to the chair?
I don't know, but Chair Henio, Peggy, are you guys on the line?
I'm on the line. It might be good to have a roll call to see where everybody is at, if we've lost quorum again.
Okay, I can go ahead and do it, or?
Ramona, are you on the line, please?
Okay.
Yes, I am. Can you do a roll call, please, Ramona? Chair Henio, we don't know if we have quorum.
Okay. Let's do roll call, Ramona. I was outside talking to the service technician, so if you could do roll call, Ramona, because we're barely back on the call. We had to log off.
Okay, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, October 6, 2020, time 3:12 p.m. Jamie Henio.
I'm present. Raymond, New Mexico.
Thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr., Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay.
Oh, .com, then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay.
Vice Chair Smith here, Nada.
Okay, thank you, Chanela. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present from Navajo, Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 4 members present, 2 members not present at the time of the roll call, which is Jimmy Yellowhair and Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty.
Joshina, let's continue forward then. We're still maintaining the quorum. So with that, are we done with the presentation?
Yellowhair's on the line.
Okay, Delegate Yellowhair, we have 5 now. Delegate Pernell, are you
done? Delegate Crotty's here, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we have 6 committee members. Delegate Halona, are you back on the line with us?
Yeah, I've been here. We just finished up on our presentation, Chair, trying to...
Okay, thank you for that. Kushina Shnanda, Delegate Halona. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding this legislation? Chair Henio?
Chair.
Vice
Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, and then Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So Vice Chair Smith, good.
Thank you, Chair. This is in reference to the plan of operation for veterans. My question goes to Mr. Zerline and also the sponsor. We always get hit out there on the field, us delegates, and they are always saying, plan of operation. In other words, they're saying we don't get the information, we weren't shared, and then it's a big surprise to them. I'm just wondering if the 5 agencies were enlightened on this so that they could relay that to the chapter veterans. That's the concern that I have on behalf of the plan of operation, and if that's done and they're all in favor of it, then there's no question about how it was developed, if it's going to work against them. That's my concern, Chair. Thank you.
Machina, I'll go down to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Your legislation. I have a question to Mr. Zerline. I wanted to know that this plan of operation, to redo that, how much input is from the veterans organization do they have to redo this plan of operation? And are they going to allow that? Do they know about it? So is there any forum to do that? Does it have to be in resolution, or how do they go about it? So we can share that with our veterans organization. That's my question. That's it.
Okay, back to Shinanda Pernell Halona, Delegate Halona. Yeah, 2 similar types of questions being asked. So response through your agent.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Zolai?
Thank you, sir, and honorable members of the committee, and thank you for the questions. Veterans issues in general are obviously not as easy as everyone likes to think that they are. There are certain responsibilities inherent to management, and it was, and for now remains, the position of myself and individuals within the President's office that the plan of operation for the Veterans Administration is an administrative function of the director. Pursuant to that, when I became the acting director, I consulted with the Veterans Advisory Council on changes to the plan of operation for the Veterans Administration. They made several recommendations. Most of those recommendations were incorporated into this plan of operation. Some of the changes were not. The final version of this plan of operation that's before you today did not go back through the Advisory Council for their approval, for their concurrence, or for their dissemination down to the grassroots veterans level. As I mentioned, it was the assessment of myself that this did not need to make it back down to the general veteran population for additional input. When we take all things considered and where things are going today in the veterans climate, we are wanting to put all veteran-related legislation down to the veterans grassroots level. It has its pros, it has its cons. When we put administrative functions of a program down to the grassroots level, we are put in a position of whose recommendations are taken, who gets the final say on what comes over to the legislative branch for consideration and final action. When we take a look at a legislation that is as simple or as basic or even as complex as the plan of operation, if we try and take something like that out to the CVO level, we are going to get 110 different opinions on what this should look like. 109 CVOs are going to be upset that their point of view was not incorporated into the final document. So to directly answer the question in conclusion, this version of the plan of operation that is before you did not go back down to the grassroots veterans level because it was determined by me that it did not need to go back out to the veteran population, that it did not need to go back to the Veterans Advisory Council because it is not considered to be policy nor procedure. I hope that answers the question. I look forward to the rest of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, back to committee. Any further questions or comments?
Hey, Eugene, so can I ask a question?
Delegate Eugene,
is it this one? Gonna send the TJA-3-10, or am I really way out of order? That's the first question. Because in there, Article 3, Navajo Nation Administration, Section 1031, Navajo Nation Administration Establishment, so when there is says they such 1032 responsibility authority B3 gonna adopt rules deemed necessary to administer this act. 5 enter into agreement with the Veterans Organization, the Navajo Nation, for purpose of Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund pursuant to the cost. Navajo Navajo 1033 Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council established the order. So resolutions of the special. I don't have the original proposed the plan of operation. Is just going to go forward to the if it is, I'll ask questions then. Thank you.
I believe that would have to come from a special request from a delegate who is not a member of BNF or a member of Health, Education, Human Services. So maybe Delegate Eugene work with Delegate Amber Crowdy to make this request to get it referred to BNF. Your first question, I'll defer that back to Delegate Pernell Halona, and then also the subsequent questions after that. Delegate Halona.
Thank you, Chair. I missed the first part of his question. I got cut off there, but let me see if I can get Mr. Zerline, could you answer that?
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure that I caught a question in the first part. I did catch the Honorable Delegate referring to sections 1031, 1032 and the responsibilities and authorities. And if I was understanding everything correctly, I concur with the opinion of how the legislation was.
Can you mute your phone, please?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Zerline and the first part of the question was, does this plan of operation, this action, does it rescind the 2016 legislation?
Oh.
That was his question.
This only replaces the 2016 plan of operation. This does not touch the Veterans Act, CJA 316. This is not an amendment to the Veterans Act. It is only a revised plan of operation. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to committee members.
Mr. Heaney, can I ask a question back?
Delegate Eugene, go ahead.
The CJA 16, the Act, Section 1 findings, it says that to ensure veterans policy and data development of that there is a need to ensure that whole veterans have direct involvement in policy making decisions regarding veteran service and benefits on Avocado. P that executive rating position shall be created through a contract to provide flexibility, disability, stability, and community. I think the veteran organization still needs to consider this regards to the policy that's the proposal that's going before. So maybe I can ask Crowdy and help me to forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments, any members?
Chairman,
go ahead, Shima. I'll get Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, Delegate So, for making the request. Yes, if I can formally request that this legislation be sent to Navajo for consideration for the committee so that other delegates not on the oversight can offer amendments and properly vote to represent their veterans. And then my second question, Chair, and if Delegate So did not hear that we are going to have a work session October 15th. I don't know if that notice came out to all of the delegates. I know there's some issues with our email, but if we could save the date and the time for that. I just want to say I also believe that we should get a little bit more information about Speaker, his schedule to work with the veterans specifically. I think not seeing my calendar pre-COVID, there was times, it was actually this time last year where we were going to meet with veterans right before Shipwreck Fair and provide some insight. I think, Chair, what this comes down to is the veterans, they do not trust the executive director's decision. I've been forward multiple emails that are really condescending to our veterans, and I think my concern is how our veterans are being treated in terms of their role and their advocacy to state like they wouldn't understand or the complexity of it. That is, I think, to me, that type of characterization of our veterans is really disrespectful. And I'm not sure why this council continues to allow the director to speak about our veterans in such a manner. But I have received the email, so I understand that's the division or the veterans. And I've even received executive director, and I was actually taken back by her stance on how and who to help when it comes to Navajo veterans. And so I could sympathize with Navajo veterans who feel that the opportunity for them to have a say in how this veteran administration is being developed, I could see why they would want to review every document. And I think as delegates, we have that authority to refer it back to, and they simply can say, okay, thank you for providing me the document. This looks good. Here's a question. Here's a recommendation. But I think if there's a question to see the document, there should be provided that opportunity. And so I would hope that we continue to have dialogue with our CBOs. It's an imperfect system. It does take some time. You're not going to get consensus. We do not get consensus on council, but we allow the discussion and the dialogue to take place, and more importantly, the transparency to provide it individual for that instance. So if I could get guidance how to get this to Navajo so that Delegate So knows that is the recommendation. And I'd like to just, in looking at the document, is there an area or what's highlighted that meets the requirement for the housing audit language? I think that would be for the sponsor, if you could let me know either on what page or what exhibit, and then what language is either added or modified to reflect if this in fact is to comply with the housing.
Mr. Chair, are you there? This is Peggy.
I think we lost Chair. This is Vice Chair Smith. Chair Haney, are you still on board with us? Honorable Crowdy, you done with your question on behalf of the veterans legislation?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I did ask to the how to comply with Delegate So's request to defer to NABI. I don't know if that's an action I heard two different things is what I'm saying. I heard that it has to be either someone from the committee and then I heard someone who's not on the committee, but it both goes speaker. And I just need to know if that's a directive by vote from this committee or we just write a memo or our advisor writes the memo. And then the second question to the sponsor is where in this legislation, or if I could highlight the amendments are needed to comply with the audit.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor over to the sponsor. Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm sorry with the question for Delegate Karate. I didn't think I mentioned anything about audit as far as this legislation is concerned. I do know that it has something to do, a little bit to do with the Veterans Loan Program in accordance with the application, but I don't think I've seen any audit that was changed on it. Mr. Zerline, do you have any insights on that?
Yes, sir, I do. If I'm not mistaken, it was in the legislation BFAU 24-17 that the Auditor General had said that prior to the release of any funds for the housing program, the Veterans Administration had to submit a housing action plan, it had to submit a revised plan of operation, and it had to submit a revised policies and procedures for the housing program. It did not specifically say within that legislation that the plan of operation has to contain verbiage relevant to the Veterans Housing Program, but that's why there are the plans, the policies and procedures for the housing program to outline all the responsibilities of the various entities, the administration, the Veterans Advisory Council, and the responsibilities of the veteran applicant themselves. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zerling. And so the housing policy is still forthcoming?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Chair? Vice Chair?
Yes, Honorable Halona. I'll turn the floor over to the Legislative Council regarding the technical question that was posed by Honorable Crotty. Legislative Council, are you there?
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. I am here.
May you respond to a question that was posed by Honorable Crotty?
Certainly, Vice Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Crotty, members of the committee. So if the question, or in answer to Delegate Crotty's question, how to get this resolution to the Nabakeatia Committee, there's two methods according to 2 NNCA subsection 14 that this resolution can go to Nabakeatia. It is one, the standing committee who has final authority. In this case, it's the HES committee, can refer this to Nabakeatia Committee, or by the written request of the delegate who is not a member of the standing committee which considered such resolution. So at this point, that would be, my interpretation is anyone who's not on the Budget and Finance Committee or anyone who is not on Health, Education, and Human Services Committee could make that request in order to have this referred to the Nabakeatia Committee. And I am reading that at the discretion of the speaker to be something that applies to both of the other two conditions rather than an independent condition. So I hope that's clear. I'm happy to answer any other questions, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to Honorable Crotty. Does that suffice your question on behalf of the process?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. If I know that Chairman Henyo notified delegates so that I would assist in that recommendation, but it looks like he would have to use that request or a member, or if has makes the referral to Nabakeatia, is my understanding. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Back to Legislative Council. If we're going to refer this further, since we're not on the Health and Education and Human Services, would we request a letter and Chair would sign that and go to the Health and Education and Human Services to move this to Nabakeatia, or would it be to the Speaker or to the Chair of Nabakeatia? How would that process be done?
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell, if I may. So because you are not, you meaning the Budget and Finance Committee, is not final authority on this resolution, and if you don't, you have three choices right now. You can table it, which we know is going to go on to the next committee, which in this case is HES, who does have final. You can approve the resolution, it still goes to HES, or you can disapprove the resolution, it'll still go to HES. So those are the options that you have at this point. Two are on the merits of the legislation. One, tabling is not on the merits of the legislation, but there's no, I'm not reading this to give the committee another intermediate Yep. There's just those three options, and then within those options, then Hess in turn has their choices that they can make when it's in front of them, and then at that point, another delegate. I don't know if it was Mr. Eugene So who was exploring the possibility of sending this to the Navajo Committee, but Mr. Eugene So, for example, is not on BNF or Hess, so he could make that request to the Speaker, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Legislative Council. Committee members, any other questions, concerns regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Smith, I write down my questions regarding veterans because my words always seem to get twisted. So my question was, please highlight any area of this kind of operation that is the result of the audit. So is there language or modification because of the audit finding? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is that a question to the sponsor or is that a question to
the sponsor?
Mr. Okay, I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor. Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to get my agent take care of that. Mr. Zerline, have the floor.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the clarification on your question. The legislation that specifically called out the plan of operation relative to the housing program was not BFAU 2417. I need to correct myself on that because I have it open here in front of me now. It was CS 5617, Section 3, Approval, Paragraph 1. It states that the Veterans Administration is required to have the following documents approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. A housing action plan, B, an amended plan of operation, and C, amended policies and procedures that incorporate procedures about how the money will be expended for the Veterans Administration housing program. Nowhere in the document have I seen specific directives for changes within the plan of operation, simply saying that it must be an amended plan of operation. So we feel that this version of the plan of operation that is before you meets that requirement from the Auditor General, but there is no specific line item highlighted in the plan of operation as a change directed by the Auditor General's report regarding the Veterans Housing Program. I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Any more questions, Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Zerline, and also Honorable Halona. Committee members, any other questions regarding the legislation on the veterans?
This is Delegate Crotty, Vice
Chair. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. It just might be to our staff. I'm trying to find Exhibit 1A in the document. What page of this document? There's a lot of exhibits here. If I could just know what page. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. I think I can help with that. It's a little confusing, but this is Exhibit. It's in Exhibit 1, and I lied. I'm sorry. I can't find it. I'm going to go back on.
Honorable Crotty, we'll try to locate that question you're asking. Meantime, committee members, any other questions while we're waiting on the question that?
Sorry, Vice Chair. This is Kristen. Sorry about that before. It's confusing because there's no exhibit sticker on it, but I'll be all right. It is actually in Exhibit 1, and it is an exhibit to Exhibit 1. So Exhibit 1 is Health Education HEHSCAU-12-16, and that has an Exhibit A. So I do believe that is what's being referred to as Exhibit 1A. But if the sponsor or Mr. Zwerline have more information, they can because now that I'm saying this, that doesn't even make sense. Now it says Exhibit 1A, Section 3, Roman numeral 3D, and then if you look at Exhibit A to Exhibit 1, which is the HESI resolution, it doesn't have 3D. It's actually an organizational chart. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to Honorable Crotty.
Vice Chair, we need to know what we're voting on. So I just need to know where this document is. I see a lot of drafts. I just need to know. I mean, this whole maybe the sponsor knows. I just need to know where the document is that refers to amending the plan of operation. Thank you, Chair. To be in order, or I don't think at this point.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline. Honorable Halona, you guys have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zerline?
Thank you, sir, for the question, and I think I may be as confused about this as Ms. Lowell is. I'm seeing where it says in the legislation on page 1 of 2, page 2 of 2, referring to Exhibit 1-A, but I concur with the same conclusion. There's no exhibits labeled 1-A, so the conclusion I arrived at is Exhibit 1 is the plan of operation that is in force right now, 12-16, and Exhibit A of that legislation is how I would read this as Exhibit 1A. But other than that, I apologize to the Office of Legislative Counsel, but this is not something that the Veterans Administration put together.
Well, why are you still trying to point on the veterans? Take it back. Thank you, Mr. Zerline. My question would be, please let me run the meeting here. Appreciate it. Back to Legislative Council. If these exhibits are confusing and they're not in order, this legislation, would that be a call for calling it out of order? I need a little guidance on that, Legislative Council.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. I wouldn't rule this out of order. I think this may be, okay, what I'm going to do is request a recess for about 10 minutes so that I can see if Mr. Haven is in the office. He drafted the resolution. I'm going to see if maybe this was just a drafting error that we can correct through an amendment, Mr. Vice Chair. If that's possible, if the committee is willing to do that, Vice Chair.
Committee members, we have an option to recess for at least 10 minutes to locate the attorney, Ron Haven, to see if this is can be corrected, and then we'll reconvene. Committee members, I'll call for 10-minute recess, and we'll see what happens.
Chair,
call back.
Vice Chair, can you extend that 10 minutes? We have a call with DPM. It started at 3:30.
How long do you want to recess till?
What do you think, Chair? At least, did you say, I don't know if you said 10 minutes. I'm thinking maybe 30 minutes is more reasonable. I'm not sure.
30 minutes, committee members. What's the take on that?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead, shut it.
On page 2 of the resolution, on line 4, it says, pursuant to its plan of operation adopted by HES AU 1216, attached as Exhibit 1A, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is empowered to recommend policies and legislations regarding, yada, yada, yada. So that tells you that that's what Exhibit 1A is. So if you look at the legislation itself on page 2, line 4.
Okay, thank you, Shada. I'll go ahead and call for recess and get this.
That's on page 6. Page 6 is 1A.
Thank you for.
Yes, but there's no 1A.
We'll make note of that, and I'll call for recess. We'll return at, it is now 3:51. We will return back at 3:20. That's 30 minutes.
At 4:20?
Recess. 4:20. 4:20, yes. Recess.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Do we have Budget and Finance Committee members back on the call? Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. How many members do we have on the call?
Hello, anybody back on yet?
Good afternoon. This is Vice Chair Smith. Chanela, are you on board? Peggy? Douglas?
Yes, Vice Chair. Oh, so I'm back on the call.
Okay. Any other
Good
members
afternoon.
calling?
This is Kristen.
Good afternoon, Kristen, Legislative Council.
Thanks.
Do we have any other members on board with us, Budget and Finance Committee members?
Pedestrian, knock on that red door on the south side.
Is that you, Shada? Do we have Chair Henry on board? Chair Henry back with us?
Douglas Smith, this is Helena. I'm on board now.
Is this Honorable Helena? You?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ramona, Shinada, are you there?
Yes, I am.
We'll call this out of recess and call for a roll call. Can you do a roll call for us, Shanada?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Budget and Finance Committee of Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, October 6, 2020. Roll call for reconvene at 4:25 p.m. Jamie Henyo, Jamie Henyo. Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Winter Rock, Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Chanela. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, you have one member present. Roll call at 4:25 p.m.
Hi, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm back on the call. Thank you.
Chairman, you have two members present.
Thank you. We have two members present, myself and Honorable Crotty. We'll give it a few more minutes. Legislative Council.
Vice Chair.
Yes, Legislative Council, did you get what you needed for the purposes of the recess?
Vice Chair, yes, I did. There's just a minor typo, and I sent a email to the committee members, to the advisors, indicating what needs to be changed. It's just there's only going to be Exhibit 1 instead of Exhibit 1-A. So we're going to strike that language out. It's in two places on page 2, and that should correct the problem that we were having, the confusion about what Exhibit 1A is, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. So that'll require to entertain an amendment and get a second and vote on the changes, correct?
I would, Vice Chair, yes.
Okay, thank you, Legislative Council. Wait for a few more minutes. Did call to recess to reconvene at 16:20. Civilian time, that would be 4:20. Now 4:29.
Chairman, Delegate Soul, back on the line.
I think we have Chair Yellowhair on. Yellowhair.
Got Daniel So's back on the line.
Okay, there's someone needs to mute their phone, please. I can hear background noise. Somebody take a breath.
This is Delegate Begay. Back in.
Committee members, how many do we have on board? I think we have Honorable Yellowhair, myself, Vice Chair Smith, and also Honorable Crotty. We have Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and also Chair Henyo.
Hello, this is Chair Henyo.
Welcome back, Chair Henyo. We have 4 members now. Myself, Chair Henyo, Honorable Yellowhair, and Honorable Crotty. Janella, can you take roll call again?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Roll call at 4:34 p.m. October 6, 2020, being at the Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting. Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Winter Rock, Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Chanella. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty is present. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Vice Chair and Chairman members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have 3 members present at 4:35 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Chanella. We don't have a quorum. Since we have Chair Henyo on board, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel over to Chair Henyo, and he'll make the determination whether we call the meeting because we no quorum. You have the floor.
I'm back on the line too, Vice Chair and Chair. This is Yellowhair.
Okay, we have 4 members. 4 members present. So this, Vice Chair, last I heard, was that we're going to recesses. What was the task for recess?
Thank you, Chair. What we were doing was we were trying to get the correct language, and there was a typo on the legislation on Exhibit 1A, and that is going to be amended with one of the members here, and did get that corrected, and it's been emailed to us at 4:29 p.m. according to my email here, and the document is draft Exhibit 4, part of Exhibit 4,
So we're back here, ready to conduct business on behalf of the legislation that's sponsored by Honorable Colonna. You have the floor, Chair, and you have the gavel.
Okay, with that, committee members, so does that require an amendment, or do we consider it as administrative type of consent?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to do an amendment on page 2, line 8, according to the email that was sent to us. If legislative Peggy could read that into record here on behalf of the. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion for an amendment. Peggy, if you read that amendment to the record.
Okay, it would say on page 2, line 810, make the following changes as indicated, and it would say Exhibit 1 and then cross through or delete A. So it would just read Exhibit 1.
Okay, with that amendment, is there a second to that amendment? Second by Elmer Brigade. Is there a second? Committee members, is there a second to the motion for an amendment? Elmer Brigade, second. Okay, so Delegate Elmer Brigade seconds that motion. Okay, committee members, any questions or comments on amendment number 1? I can call for the questions. Delegate
Henio? I was going to ask a question real quick. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
On page 2, under line 4, it has attached as Exhibit 1-A. Does that also need to be amended on that, Legislative Council? I guess that's a question to Legislative Council, because we're striking out Exhibit 1-A is being stricken. That's my question to Legislative Council.
Legislative Council, Crystal.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Delegate Smith is correct.
Hi,
So
this is Paul Pata of Paul Pata Law. Thank you for contacting my.
Byron.
Okay.
Can you everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Kristen.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Smith is correct. So the amendment would read lines 4, 8, and 10 need to be changed, Chair.
Okay, so Vice Chair Smith, modify.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Legislative Council. I will modify my motion to include line 4 on Exhibit 1A, and the rest is okay.
Okay, but Delegate Elmer Brigade, are you okay with that modification?
Oh, okay.
Christina, so committee members, we do have motion and second for an amendment to legislation 225-20. Call for the question. Any questions or comments?
Actually, yeah, I have a question. Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty.
Oh, thank you. If I could ask the amending party, and if I'm in order, if we could make an amendment to Exhibit 2, page 3 of 5, to remove the stricken language on letter N. So right now, the stricken language is consult with the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Policy Matters. That's stricken, so I'd like the party if we could unstrip that.
Vice Chair Smith, there's a request to modify your motion again.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'm trying to get caught up here. I'm at Exhibit 2, page, what was that again? And could I get that information again, please?
Yes, it's page 3. There's no line number, but it's letter N of section. Yeah. So it's under section 3, which is purposes. It starts at page 1-5. But I'm asking N to remove that stricken language. Right now, this is asking to strike consult with Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on Policy Matters.
Chair, this is Peggy. If I can interject here.
Go ahead, Peggy.
If you look at your document 0225-20, it has 63 pages. And so this is on page 32 of that document, and it says consult with Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on Policy Matters. That's overstricken. That's what you want to unrestrict, right? Unstrike. It's right before section 4, which is organization, and this is on Exhibit 2.
Chair Henio, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Peggy, that is correct. On page 3 of 5, under letter N, in section 3, the overstricken, Honorable Crotty is requesting that overstricken be taken off, and that would be remain the language which should be in there, not overstricken. Thank you.
So you modify your amendment?
Yes, I'm fine with Honorable Crotty's request.
Delegate Elmer Brigade, second.
Oh, Abiga.
For that, committee members, any other regarding the head, then I'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
How about green?
Okay, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay, Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Marcotti votes for. Thank you.
Okay. Student Delegate Student Delegate Elmer Gate.
I vote green.
Okay. Student Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Tanoya, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Amendment number 1 passes. So back to the main motion, committee members. Any questions or comments?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, sponsor. So I do have a question in rereading this language. It looks like a lot of it is just not so much. My concern is a lot of this language is just grammar, making words more active. My concern is we know that there's a lot of challenges providing services to our veterans. Other than striking past words, adding maybe different language, what is the expectation of amending this plan of operation? I think we should know as a committee, how will this office advocate for and help our veterans? So like for F, on page 21, you strike out the word seek and then you're adding the word identify. So it says identify and improve the quality of accessibility to healthcare benefits, striking out health, adding the word services and adding the word Navajo veterans on Navajo Nation. So this is just like a lot of cleanup jobs, but really from this part, what's the accountability metric? The performance policy part of the budget? I think in particular, how is this office going to advocate, improve, manage, and administer the Carl T. Hayden Veterans Administration Medical Center fee reimbursement program? That has been a challenge. And then how will this office advocate and help our Navajo veterans? Thank you, Chair, committee members. I'm back on mute.
Chair Henia, did we lose you? Vice Chair Smith? I think Chair Henia is having some technical difficulties. Honorable Crotty, who was that question going to be posed to?
Thank you, Vice Chair. That to be posed to the sponsor. And if I may add on, so on page 31E, it does add in language. So it says recommend policies and legislation regarding Navajo veterans to the Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Nation Council committees, and it includes now language Navajo chapter communities. But this amendment didn't go to our chapter, Navajo chapter communities. So if that also can be answered by the sponsor. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Karate. We'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Halona and your agent, Mr. Zerline. You have the floor. Delegate Halona, you on board with us? Mr. Zerline, you still on board with us?
Sorry, sir.
There was a question from Karate on behalf of the legislation.
Yeah, I'll try to answer most of that. I'm not sure how much. Mr. Zerline, did you catch most of that? Because a lot of that broke up towards the middle. I didn't really catch most of what she said.
The same here, sir. I could not understand the questions.
Okay, gentlemen, I'll revert back to Honorable Crotty to reiterate the question. Honorable Crotty, could you restate the question to Honorable Halona and his agent? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Please let me know, Ms. Natai, if my signal starts breaking up. I can fine. I'm staying in the same location. Hold on. I'm hoping this might be better. So my questions were regarding the amending language. I'm looking at changes that will help or increase services to our Navajo. A lot of these changes are just creating, moving from passive words to active words, which is fine. But I don't think that this really covered.
Delegate Karate?
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're starting to break it up there again.
Okay, hold on. My phone knows it's going to be. Let me get out here. Is this any better?
I can hear you now.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So again, a lot of the words is just changing from passive to active. I think about 90% of this is that change. So what change are we providing to our veterans? Like, how are we making sure their service and their needs are going to be met? And then there's a section that includes now language that you will take policies and legislations to Navajo chapters. So you're asking to add that language, but you did not go to the Navajo chapters and explain the amendment. So I need to get clarification on how either the chapter, maybe committee members, is that the more appropriate word, organizations, rather than just Navajo chapters. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Mona, you have the floor with your agent.
Thanks, Vice Chair. See, am I still on here? Yes. Okay. Mr. Zerline?
Thank you, sir. Delegate Crotty, ma'am, to answer that question, if I'm understanding it correctly, it was a little broken on my side, but I think I got the gist. So you're talking about line E with regards to the Navajo chapter communities regarding recommending policies and legislation. So yourself included, with several other delegates, are advocating for the grassroots level involvement in veterans' policies, procedures, legislation. In all existing legislation right now, there is no line item that you can point to and say legislation must go down to the veteran level. This is it. This is saying right here that the Veterans Administration must go down to the CVO level and explain the legislation, the policies, the procedures that we want to implement on behalf of the veterans. That's why that verbiage is in there. That is the intent. It is to get the grassroots involvement to all policy. So when you ask the question, if we're adding that now, why didn't it go down to them? And the answer is because there was no legal requirement to do so. We heard that the veterans wanted that involvement, and so we put it in the legislation. That is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer on behalf of that. Committee members, any other questions regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, if I could offer an amendment.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor on the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So if the intent is to go to the so CVOs or chapter veterans organization, can I make an amendment to modify that language to reflect the CVOs? I believe it's chapter veterans organizations. If I'm in order, Chair, I know that they're recognized through the Navajo chapters. So I don't know if we need to just add a hyphen. If Let's Council can provide some guidance. Thank you. And I also think if that was the advocacy, that this legislation should have went to the chapters and demonstrated how future legislations could go to the CBOs and then come back through the process back to the council for consideration. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. This will be Amendment 2. You're making a motion to that. Legislative Council, could you assist in drafting up this Amendment 2 and adding the CVO in behalf of this for Honorable Crotty? Legislative Council?
Vice Chair, where is this to go precisely? I don't know enough about the structure of the veterans organization, the chapter veterans organizations, to know the impact on this plan of operation.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Could I interject? Vice Chair? Vice Chair, are you there?
Vice Chair's here. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Honorable Crotty, could you guide us on what page number you're talking about to insert the language for Amendment 2 to add CBO in behalf of that? You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Okay, thank you. I'm running back over here. I lose service. I apologize. It's on my page 31, letter E, the third sentence, and it's underlined and it says Navajo chapter community. So the word communities has been in there. I guess they need to know what community means. So it's under Section 3 purposes, Chair of the exhibit.
Committee members, are you following with the page number? I don't have page. All I have is exhibits 1, 2, 3, and C, and they're broken down into various numbers.
It's Vice Chair. It's on page 2. Excuse me. It's exhibit 2, page 2.
Who's this talking?
It's Kristen Lowell, Legislative Council. It's on exhibit 2, page 2, letter E.
Vice Chair, and that's
okay, thank you.
31. Page 31 in the email document.
Thank you. I'm going off the hard copy. I've got the hard copy. So if it's Exhibit C under the findings, where we at on that? Could get me in line with this so I can follow along. Thank you.
Exhibit 2. It's Exhibit 2, Vice Chair. Exhibit 2, page 2, and it's clause.
Committee members, Exhibit 2, page 2.
Yes, you're right, Vice Chair. Somebody needs to
Which
mute
letter
their
are we
phone.
talking about? Someone needs to mute their phone, please. There's too much conversation going on. Please mute your phone. Too much interference. Please mute your phone.
Brother Otto.
Hey, see you, man. Please mute your phone. Thank you.
Not me, guys. It's Delegate Otto So.
Honorable Crowdy, which, well, I'm on page 2 of 5. Which letter are we talking about?
Vice Chair, it's Exhibit 2, page
Okay.
5.
Okay.
Letter E, like Edward.
Okay.
Third line, or there that inserts Navajo chapter. So it says Navajo chapter, and the word communities is already there. So I need help to amend if the intent, in which I agree, that it should be the chapter veterans organization.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Crowdy. City Council, did you get that? Honorable Crowdy's requesting for Exhibit 2, page 2 of 5, letter E to be amended to reflect CVO's Chapter Veterans Office. Legislative Council?
Yes, Vice Chair. So we're taking out communities and in place of communities, putting veterans organizations. Is that correct?
Chapter veterans organization.
Okay, I got it.
How much time do you need, Legislative Council?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I don't have Exhibit 2. I don't have that document. So the sponsor and agent are going to have to make the correction to the document. I don't know if it's something that they can do right away, and then we substitute out a new Exhibit 2 for the existing Exhibit 2, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Legislative Council. Back to Honorable Halona and Mr. Zerline under page 2 of 5 of Exhibit 2, letter E. Is there a way you could help assist in amending that so that the CVO would be in place? Would appreciate that with a hard copy.
Sir, this is Director Zerline. Ms. Lowell will have that in the next 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. I will relay that to the committee members. Committee members, 2 minutes for this language to be put in for the Amendment 1. Amendment 1 will be entertained as soon as we get this language coordinated. Do we have Chair Henio back on board?
Vice Chair, while we wait, can I ask one more question to the agent?
Honorable Karate, yes, go ahead with your question. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Delegate Halona, for the legislation. I am concerned on how veterans are being, the customer service that veterans tend to experience. And so the U.S. Veterans Affairs Department, they, starting last year, because of all of the negative press and scandal, and I think if more people saw these emails, they would agree that there's room for improvement. Can you help me find in your plan of operation where you're building in emphasizing customer service or customer experience? So it looks like the VA has developed this whole veterans experience wing, but have been really, committed to customer service. And so, they're at the point where quote, they're hardwired this customer service culture into everything we are doing. Do you have any recommendations where I could add that language into this plan of operation to make sure that our veterans are served with dignity and honor? My grandmother worked at the VA for over 40 years, and my mom worked down at Camp Pendleton, bringing our service folks back home when they were killed in action. And something they ingrained in me is that you respect the veteran service that they provided to this country. And as a military family, we continue to honor that. So we may disagree, but we definitely do not intimidate or harass. So I need to know if this is built in somewhere in your plan of operation. Thank you. And I'll go back on mute.
Okay, with that, Honorable Karate, we'll go ahead and turn over the floor to Honorable Mr. Halona. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess the way you get treated, customer service is pretty much a given. I don't think I have it anywhere in here where it says anything about customer service to anybody. But I imagine we can come up with some language to insert. But I guess that's all I can think of right now. Mr. Zerline, are you back on?
Yes, sir, I'm here. I was sending that email, so I didn't hear the question, sir. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, how could we incorporate customer service from the employees here into this plan of operations? What would be the policy on that right now?
Sir, off the cuff, I would respond that right here in the same section that we're talking about in the plan of operations, section 3, purposes, that there could be a line added in here after paragraph M, where we take a line out of, I think it was quoted in the Veterans Act in the findings, where the veterans and their families should be treated with honor and dignity for the services. I'll have to look that up, but we might be able to just copy and paste that as a responsibility under the purposes.
Honorable Halona, suffice your answer to Honorable Karate's question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Karate, you have the floor in reference to your question, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I did get the amendment language from Legislative Council, so if I could motion, and let me know if I lose signal because I'm back at my desk. Amendment 2, insert new Exhibit 2 in place of current Exhibit 2 in the legislation. That was sent out at 5:09. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Committee members, did you guys receive the, honorable members, did you receive the Amendment 2 for legislation 0225-20 on Exhibit 2? If so, we have a motion. I need a second. Motion by Honorable Karate. Second.
Second by Henio. I'm finally back online here for the time being.
Second by Honorable Henio, Chair Henio. Committee members, any questions on Amendment 2?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. I recognize you.
Yes, I appreciate that. I didn't hear the Executive Director. Does he have that language from the audit so that we could include it, or is it in the document? I think that language is important, and I'd like to see that in the plan of operation. So if he could just let me know where it's at or what language, and we can include it into this amendment. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, Honorable Karate. Mr. Zerline, questions posed to you. We'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, sir. That language was not in any specific audit that I am aware of. I thought that language had been in the preamble of the Veterans Act, and I scanned that and I did not see it, but I remember seeing language somewhere similar to that effect. So I'm trying to scan through the existing plans of operation of the Advisory Council, the Veterans Administration, as well as elsewhere in the Veterans Act, because that language is very familiar to me somewhere. So I'm trying to find it right now. I'll let the sponsor know if I'm able to find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. Honorable Karate, the language is being sought out. So do you still want to continue with your Amendment 2 without that language, or do you want to wait until we get that language?
Actually, Chair, while we wait, I would like that language. While we wait, maybe, I don't know, Vice Chair or sponsor, if you could help. It's important for Northern Agency to, that the council recognizes that they want a decentralized form of services out here. And so I guess to Legislative Council, as we are now looking at a cleaner version of plan of operation, would that be addressed here in the plan of operation, decentralizing the program, or some guidance on that? And I think the second part, as we look at legislative oversight and maybe just to have that discussion, I know that delegates have asked for the legislative oversight to be transferred to Navajo. I don't know if this committee, if we want to wait till the work session. I just wanted to pose those questions or propose those amendments now as a modification. Thank you, Vice Chair.
We'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline, and
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of those questions need to be posed in a broader spectrum, and right now all we're working on is trying to get a plan of operations for the Veterans Administration. So that would be my response for right now, and we can work on the other in the workshop. Delegate, or not delegate, excuse me, Mr. Zerline, you have any comments to that?
Thank you, sir. My response is in response to the comment about decentralization of the administration in Northern Agency. This is kind of a first that I'm understanding that comment. The Veterans Administration is decentralized as a whole by having 5 agency offices, but within Northern Agency, and this is going to be mirrored across the other agencies, the intent moving forward and with the support in this plan of operation is the formation of the Program Supervisor 1 position at each of the agency offices. With this position being established at the agencies, that's going to make the VSO get out of the office and out to each of the chapter veterans organizations on a more regular basis. As those CVOs are having their meetings, that VSO is going to be able to come out to the field on demand and be able to provide the services as needed in the field, so that the veterans are not having to travel from whatever chapter to Shiprock to get services from the VSO. Under the current structure, the way we have it right now with the 3 staff, that VSO is also responsible for the management of the office and signing all paperwork in the office. There's not enough time in their schedule to be able to get out to the agencies as much as they want to and as much as they should. So that is one of the reasons why we're amending this plan of operation, is to identify the additional staff positions to, I guess you could say, decentralize how we're providing services. We do recognize that it is not feasible for a large portion of our veteran population to travel to the agency offices to get the limited services that the Veterans Administration provides right now. So this is our first step, one of our first steps towards what I guess Northern Agency is calling decentralization. So I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
Okay, back to Honorable Crotty. Do you have any additional concerns, questions? We're on Amendment 2, committee members. We're still waiting for language. Mr. Zerline, do you have the language on behalf of that to insert in Amendment 2? We have a motion by Honorable Crotty and second by Honorable Henio.
I had to stop my search, sir, to respond to the question, but I have staff here in the office that's doing research, and we may have found it, but we accidentally closed the document, so we're trying to pull that back up. I'll be able to get back with you in just a moment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. Committee members, while we're waiting, any other questions and concerns regarding this plan of operations for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, or any questions on Amendment 2, I should say? Amendment 2 as it is. We have language that's been provided by Legislative Council. We appreciate Legislative Council doing that. Thank you. And we're just waiting for additional language. Committee members.
Vice Chair, this is Director Zerline, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Zerline.
So it is the closest verbiage that we've been able to find. It is included in the Veterans Act, CJA 316, and it is under the finding, so of Section 1, and it is on page 3 of 9 of the Veterans Act, paragraph T, where it states it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation veterans that an executive level administration be established to ensure quality services are provided to those veterans and may partner with other veterans organizations. So right now, that's the closest one that we have found. But for some reason, I have it in my head that in this legislation somewhere, there is another paragraph that talks about the quality of service that we're supposed to be providing to the administration. So I do agree with Delegate Crotty that there should be something in the purpose of the Veterans Administration to highlight exactly what she's saying. And we may just have to generate something from scratch. It may not be a copy and paste from the legislation if we can't find it in the next couple of minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. That's on page 3 of 9 regarding the findings, and it does talk about the quality of services provided to those veterans organization. Honorable Crotty, I'll turn the floor back over to you. We're still waiting for language on behalf of Amendment 2.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to delay the vote on the amendment. I think on this amendment, actually, here in reading my chicken scratch, I did want to add a modification if my second partner is amenable. I didn't want to go too much into the authorities and responsibilities till after the work session, but I would like to strike out the added language and just keep the current language. So I'm on page 33 of the digital document. With the hard copy, this is Exhibit 2, page 4 of 5. Is that 6? I'm really bad with Roman numerals. I think that's 6. Authorities and responsibilities, number 2. I'd like to strike out its added language, deputy director or delegated personnel, and then just realign the language that was striked out, which was next senior personnel or next delegated personnel on the organizational structure. I don't know if Ms. Lull sees that. So page 33 of the digital copy, or Exhibit 2, I'm still on Exhibit 2. I think this is Roman numeral 6, authorities and responsibilities. Paragraph 2 starting line 1, I'd like to keep the current language and then remove the proposed underlying language.
Honorable Crotty, I'm Paul Alone. I'm on page 4 of 5 under Roman numeral 6, authorities and responsibilities. We're going to undo the language from next senior personnel all the way to structure, and then strike out deputy director. Is that what your amendment is on behalf of your request for this language on
what
we're doing here?
Right, deputy director or delegated personnel, because I think it's just leaving the old language.
Okay, I copy. Thank you, McCarty. Legislative Council, do you have that in line with, and Peggy, do you have that in line with what we're doing here under Roman numeral 6, page 4 of 5? I've got the hard copy, so thankfully I've got the hard copy here.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Could I ask a question? So just as a point of clarity then, okay, so on the second line of that, clause 2, you want to overstrike deputy director or delegated personnel?
Correct.
Or leave that in?
The deputy director or delegated personnel will be stricken with the amendment 2, and then unstrike the words that are next senior personnel or next delegated personnel all the way to organizational structure. That should be unstricken.
Mr. Vice Chair. So
Legislative Council,
okay.
Go ahead.
So in the document, we are going to, so you can't have a strike through and an underline in a document. It has to be one or the other. So we have to completely delete the word deputy director or delegated personnel. We can't have it underlined and then stricken. And you can't just strike it through because it's not in the document now. So that has to be deleted altogether. And then from next, where it reads next senior personnel or next delegated personnel on the organizational structure, that is going, the strike through is going to be removed. It's not going to be underlined because it's already in Exhibit 2, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Legislative Council, for redirecting us on this. Honorable Crotty, on your amendment, the deputy director or delegated personnel would have to be deleted, and then the language that was stricken, the strikeout, would be removed, according to Legislative Council. That's your amendment on behalf of Amendment 2.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you. If that sounds appropriate, thank you.
We have Amendment 2. We have a motion and we have a second. Chair Henio, how do you go with the change of the amendment here to add on?
Biga.
Okay, Biga. Committee members, any questions on Amendment 2? Peggy, are you in line with what's going on here so that we can vote on this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just making sure. Usually when we're face to face, we can kind of see who's who and what's going on, what's happening. I'll call for the question on behalf of that. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote on Amendment 2? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, voting on Amendment 2. Honorable Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown on Amendment 2. Honorable Elmer Begay on Amendment 2. Honorable Elmer Begay on Amendment 2. Going back up, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair on Amendment 2. How do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable. Honorable Nathaniel Brown on Amendment 2, voting. Honorable Elmer Begay, voting on
Vote green.
Yeah.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. We have 3 in favor, Vice Chair not voting, no opposition. Amendment 2 carries. Committee members, any other questions on legislation number 0225-20? If not, I'll call for the question.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. There was a couple of voices that each other. Try again.
Delegate Begay wanted to ask a question, so I'll defer to him. Thank you.
Honorable Begay, do you have a question? I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
I'll let my sister go first.
Come on.
Okay, tonight, I appreciate it. I just had a question regarding the proposed organizational chart. So we do a process that's going to increase the cost of the general budget. I'm also okay just raising the issue at the committee because I really feel like the work session would give us more guidance. But I would need to know from our budget, because the way the budget worked out was all of the funding from the operations was zeroed out for personnel. I'm trying to remember my summary. I should pull it up. I guess with these new positions and where is the funding coming from to the sponsor? That would be my question. And then how many new positions? So I'm counting, and it's not clear. That's when it's just like an exhibit and a chart. It's not clear how many more positions are being added. I just know I have a number in my head based on this budget proposal. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Chida, Honorable Begay, do you have a question before I turn the floor back over to Honorable Bologna?
It's almost Crotty, but my question was only to not when you're in the organizations and trying to plan the operation. I got some calls already from the veterans asking that how the procedure is going to go if they're requesting for homes now, because like I said, how are they going to straighten the homes that were appropriated with funds, and they were given material, and for the years those materials were not being used, so it's all been damaged right now. And one in Dalcon, under the name of one of the veterans, Vietnam veterans, he received some materials, building materials, and nobody came around and built the home for him. So the whole was damaged now. So under this new plan of operation, all the new positions that will be coming up, how are they going to be helping these people again, and how fast will get that? The first part is now that I have the plan of operation, and then also how the chart, the flow chart that is going to start to do direct services down here now. So, but that's the question I will ask. Thank you.
I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Alona and Mr. Zerline for the 2 questions posed. You 2 have the floor. I'll recognize both of you. Honorable Alona, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Zerline?
The Delegate Helona.
Honorable Helona, you have the floor. There was 2 questions posed.
Mr. Zerline?
Thank you, sir. I'll start with Delegate Crotty's question about the positions and the funding. So you have the organizational charts open in front of you, starting with the organizational chart titled Central Administration. The Deputy Director position is a new position. That is one that we are trying to create. Under the continuing resolution funding that we have right now, we believe we have sufficient funds to start funding this position. This position is occupied right now as a temporary position only on a temporary line item under the FY 2020 budget. So it is our hope to move forward with this as a permanent position as a deputy director. On the second page, the organizational chart for agency offices. The program supervisor across all 5 agencies is a new position. At the Chin Lee agency office, the office assistant is a new position. That office has an office specialist already. At the other 4 agencies, it is the addition of an office specialist. They already have an office assistant. Why they're different, I don't have an answer to that question, but that's the existing conditions. Those are the 11 positions that we are trying to add with general fund. The budget form 5 that went through the budget hearings, that showed the funding totals for those those 11 positions. Off the top of my head, that was $565,000 and change. That would have been salary, and that would have been the fringe benefits. It would not have included the additional costs for the insurances, workers' comp, and I think it was the general liability was the other insurance. Also on this organizational chart, you will see under the central administration a program supervisor 1 and a senior housing specialist. In our budget documents, we said we were abolishing those positions. Those positions were being abolished as general fund positions. We were expecting by the time budget season came around to have the housing program legislation already approved. And in the housing program legislation, it would have authorized funding for 7 housing program staff members. So those 2 members at the central administration plus the housing specialists at each of the 5 agencies would have been the 7 individuals responsible for running the Veterans Housing Program and the Veterans Housing Improvement Program. They would also play a role in tandem with the Veterans Loan Program for helping veterans qualify for the down payment assistance and home loan. They would be the direct liaisons with the federal VA's Native American Direct Loan Program. That's a whole nother conversation for another day, but that's the responsibilities, the future vision for these additional positions, that the housing program will fund the 7 positions for housing. When our budget documents are asked to be resubmitted for the comprehensive budget for FY21, they will be redone. The $1.5 million that was assigned to the Veterans Administration from the Office of the President and Vice President will be broken out to account for the existing staff that we have and operating costs. The $1.5 million is what we were able to use for fiscal year 20, and we can use that for fiscal year 21 and then submit an unmet needs request to fund those additional 11 positions. With the abolishment of those 2 positions from the housing program as general fund positions, that will free up some funding in our $1.5 million allocation. Plus, we are abolishing a redundant office assistant position from the Fort Defiance Agency office. Between the 3 of those positions, it will free up some funding that should be able to account for the deputy director position and potentially 1 program supervisor position. So once we've finished crunching those numbers, again, our unmet needs for personnel will be a little less than $565,000, but it will be a anticipation that it will be funded out of general funds for those positions. As far as the housing program, touched on it a little bit. It's completely separate legislation from the plan of operation. The plan of operation did have a line in it that talked about the establishment of the housing program. And as I'm talking, I'm trying to find that line, but it was in there. And like I said, it's completely separate legislation. It's for a different conversation. So any veteran that had housing materials delivered however many years ago, because those materials, I will tell you right now without even looking, nobody protected those materials from the elements. So without a doubt, 100% of those materials are no longer usable for new home construction, so they have to be written off as a loss. But any veteran who was on the list, who was marked on our records as having started the construction of a home, who this veteran would be on that list that was mentioned, those are the first ones that we're fixing through one of the avenues. The veterans who had a home built under the housing program or a home started up to and including only having materials delivered, there will be a contract or contracts plural to take care of those veterans separate from starting the list anew with new housing construction. And then there will be a third contract for the improvement of veterans' homes. So I know Delegate Smith is aware of a veteran from Klagetoh that this program, once approved, that veteran is the first one on the list and would be the first one to receive the assistance. That was one of the items that were talked about today at the Veterans Advisory Council. So we have some amendments to make in that legislation, so I can fire that off to DOJ for review, send it back to the Advisory Council for concurrence, and then present it to Office of Legislative Counsel to be dropped for committee action by Health, Education, and Human Services. So apologize for the long answers, but I think those are the appropriate answers for the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline, and also Alona.
Committee members, any other questions regarding the position for the veterans on the organizational?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'll recognize you, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Please let me know if I start breaking up. I want to ask, at this point, I'm not comfortable because of our budget situation. We just got off of the call with DPM. I know we have to have a conversation about dropping revenues, reduction in revenues. Legislative Council, can we just insert back the old organizational chart and just allow for after the work session? And there can be some type of analysis with these new proposed positions. And committee members, because right now I wouldn't know where to get this over $500,000 with this new organizational chart, unless another committee member has an idea, and I'm open for suggestions, Vice Chair, or if you have an idea. Thank you.
Thank you for that concern there, Honorable Crotty. Yes, I was kind of on the line with Rosita Toddy and didn't sound too promising, but I guess that question could go back to the director, Mr. Zerline, to see if that could be accommodated regarding where we can get the additional funds to ensure that these folks will be employed. Turn the floor back over to Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline?
Thank you, sir, for the question. My concern about reverting back to the original organizational chart, it's included in Exhibit, I think it was labeled Exhibit 1, I think is what we settled on the name. The organizational chart and the current plan of operation only authorizes the executive director by title as the only position for the Veterans Administration. It does not call out the Veteran Services officers. It does not call out the account maintenance specialist, the office specialist, office assistants, the loan program staff. They are not identified by position in the current plan of operation. And so if a position is taken that only positions identified in the plan of operation shall be funded, that means every other staff member of the Veterans Administration becomes laid off. This version of the plan of operation that we are talking about today, this is the first plan with an organizational chart that identifies the positions necessary in the administration. Yes, we can omit the new position, but I passionately, strongly plead with you not to do that, because the Veterans Administration is not capable of performing its mission with the current staff that we have on payroll. We cannot do it. When it comes to alternate funding sources for the Veterans Housing Program, that is why I ardently advocate for the approval of those staff positions being funded from the Veterans Housing Program. It is not general fund. That's 7 positions. That was a total of $445,000 per year that will not come out of general fund for those positions. And since it will be close to $500,000 for those other 11 positions, I have no suggestions. This was a conversation that we had with other people in the executive branch. The only way to fund those on the executive branch's budget, the allocation, is to take that money from another program. I fully understand the position that you as Budget and Finance are in with that decision. But I'm telling you, from what I see in this seat, the existing staff that we have cannot fulfill the mission of the Veterans Administration the way that you would like us to and the way that our veterans deserve to have us do. So I don't know who we need to beg, borrow from. I won't say steal, but however we can find that money, we desperately need that for these additional staff positions to help our veterans. I cannot emphasize that enough, that we cannot successfully complete our mission with the staff that we have. So I do not envy the position that you're in to try to find that additional $1 million on our behalf. But I am more than willing to work with you to find alternatives. I did approach an idea with the Veterans Advisory Council several months ago. This would have been in August. The possibility of funding the veteran services officers only out of the trust fund, and they unanimously said no. The veteran services officers do not perform collectively at a level that would justify that type of expense, and I concur with that at this time. 3 of our 4 VSOs are brand new. They have not been to accreditation training yet, so they don't know how to be a VSO yet. And then our 5th one for the Shiprock Agency, we hope to fill soon, and then be able to run them through that same training. From where I sit, we have exhausted options at this alternative funding sources. It is a continuing conversation that I'm having with the federal VA and the state departments of Veterans Services to try to get some funding from them. But right now, the position of those offices is that they are limited on their funding as well. And I know the federal VA just got that $1 billion from the CARES Act, but they are limited in their funding for personnel as well. So we are working on opportunities for them to create grants for the Navajo Nation to be able to use for our personnel. But that's at least a year, 2, 3 years down the road before that becomes a reality. So we have no other options right now except to look inside the Navajo Nation for the funding for those positions. And if I could say that I spoke with a program that doesn't need positions, I would volunteer that, but that has not borne fruit with any of my discussions with any programs. But that's where we stand. We need those positions, and I appreciate your support on that and your consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. Committee members, any other questions, concerns regarding legislation?
Vice Chair, Pro Tem, good afternoon. Good evening. This is Doug Yellow here. Can you hear me?
Chick Yellow Hair, welcome back. Do you have a question?
I got off the line. I'm sorry about that one, my friend. I had a question for Mr. Zerline. These new positions that he's talking about, this is going to be a new position. It's going to be an add-on to the budget, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Zerline. I know Mr. Halona, too, for this information. It's another shimmy, money, we work with money. The operation, email. I'm a member of also a gaming subcommittee. Because last week we had a meeting to do. We would like to reopen a gaming committee. These gaming are no 5 years. According to all the board members, they got to decommission. Accredited RCO on liquid. Need decommission that is called we can't reopen a gaming committee. Need gaming one casino. Don't know the total you person I know this is a little bit after such, but it pertains to revenue collection year after year. Here you should put select additional position. No, your kid 40 positions each kid nation. It costs a lot of money to repair donation on. Just keep pro temp chair. I don't not only my colleagues being the committee members. I'd like to give the floor back to pro temp, and I'll be back on mute now.
We'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Zerl. And after he answers that, if there's any other questions, not, we'll go call for the question. We have 2 more legislations to entertain, and plus we have curfew at 8 p.m. Be aware of that. Mr. Zerline, the question that was posed by Yellow Hair, you have the floor, and also Alona.
Chair? Yellow Hair? Yes? I don't know if anybody can hear. Everything went quiet.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I want to just touch up on that. Yellow here asked about how much. He said 40. Well, that's wrong. Maybe 10 to 12.
We can't hear you. Alona, something better on your side.
Someone please mute your phone. We can't hear the conversation. It needs to be relayed back on the question posed. Please mute your phone. Someone needs to mute their phone. Please have courtesy. Thank you. You may continue, Honorable Halona.
Yeah, so that that would only going to be about add on 10 or 12 positions more to the Veterans Department right now. But they've already been short. They've been short for a long time, the Veterans operation. And in order for us to make it better for them, we would need to increase some of the administration to give better services because there's a lot of times when there's a lot of veterans that are saying that every time they go to the office, there's nobody there to take care of their applications, to file their applications, to take care of their needs. And with the way we're trying to set this up to have better quality people to man the agencies out there, that'll help take care of some of that problem. But the Veterans Administrations haven't had an increase in any employees since they've been incepted. And for just the one person and the small amount of people that they have to take care of all the needs of the Veterans operation, clearly there's just not enough people in there to take care of all the needs of the veterans. Clearly we don't even have enough funds to cover all the bases either. We only have a small amount of funds that we are using. At least we have something for them. A big part of this plan of operations is to help the veterans to go outside and access the United States Veterans Funds. Billions out there in which they can access. And here we only have millions set aside for them here on the station. But if we can get them to access and help them with accessing that funding from the outside, I think we'll be way, way better off trying to assist our veterans. Mr. Zolan, you have anything else to add to that?
Sure, I think your explanation was very adequate, but I just want to make sure that I drive home the point that it is 11 new positions to be funded from general fund. It is 7 positions that are being proposed through separate legislation that would be funded through the Veterans Housing Program. But if that is removed from the legislation, those positions would still be necessary for the administration of the program, and those 7 positions would then come over to general funds. When it comes to providing assistance to the veterans, it's not only the staff, it's our financial assistance programs. We have 3 programs that right now they are using general funds to provide assistance to the veteran population. The Honor Guards and the Color Guards each receive funding out of the general fund for the performance of their services. And then we have the Burial Assistance Program that also comes out of general fund. And as we're moving into the new fiscal year, we have no money available in any form of the budget to fund those 3 programs. And our veterans are deserving of that assistance. The veterans' families need that assistance to be able to care for their loved one, to be able to show that proper respect. The Honor Guards and Color Guards deserve that assistance to be able to upkeep with their uniforms and everything else. And they're funded through general funds. There was an opportunity for the Advisory Council to recommend that the trust fund is used for that. And they declined on that. That is their ardent position to remain programs being funded through general funds. So that's where we stand. And
but you're over there at home. That satellite won't work. I mean that.
Elmer, mute your phone.
Committee members, mute your phone. We can hear conversations going on. Mr. Zerline, you may continue.
That concludes my remarks, sir. Thank you. I did find that language that we were looking for about Amendment 2, if you would still like to hear that real quick, sir.
Right now we're talking about the main motion. We passed the Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. I think we will call for the question here shortly.
Okay.
Committee members, any other questions?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I recognize you. We have the floor. Mind you, we still have 2 more legislations to go.
Right. If I could just then I'd like to change the organization chart, and because we're running out of time, so if Hess or after the work session or Nabakiakian, I think we need to ask more questions regarding these positions. And then I think if it's referred to Nabakiakian, I'm going to ask questions. Why then in this budget, why wasn't there general fund allocation for the burial, for the color guard? That's the work of the executive director to add into the budget. So I hear the passionate plea, but that's your responsibility, and that's my concern, Vice Chair. But if I could make that amendment to change the organizational chart Or actually, I think now, just what I learned in my last amendment, is there just a language, if legislative council can just let me know, is there language that I need to strike out, just leave the old language? I would just like to keep the current organizational chart until the oversight and other delegates can see the new positions and then make a plan, a solid plan to fund these positions. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize your request for that. Legislative Council, could you chime in here on behalf of the request for Amendment 3 that we possibly will be entertaining here shortly? Legislative Council, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell, Legislative Council. Okay, so we have NNVA Organizational Chart Central Administration, NNVA Organizational Chart, and NNVA Organizational Chart Agency offices. Are all those being replaced with the one from Exhibit 1A?
Legislative Council, is that your question on behalf of which ones we're trying to amend here?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort out what exactly is being amended.
Honorable Crotty, could you clarify exactly what is necessary to make sure that we're doing this correctly on Amendment 3? I do follow along. There is Exhibit 1, and they're in Exhibit 1, page 9 of 17. There's that 2017 organization structure. And in the current legislation, there is 3 that was mentioned by Legislative Council, the NNVA Organizational Chart, and then the NNVA Organizational Chart Central Administration, and then the agency office. Could you clarify your amendment on behalf of Honorable Crotty?
Thank you, Chair. So now looking at the original plan of operation, it just appears that the program never added their positions, what the executive director mentioned. I don't even see the executive director on this plan of operation. So I think Legislative Council, is this the current plan of operation that Vice Chair mentioned? So I have it on electronic copy 12, but page 9 of 17. Is this the current plan of operation?
That appears to be the current plan of operation. I mean, organizational structure in the current plan of operation.
But it doesn't reflect them.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It doesn't reflect their budget or the positions they develop. Is there somewhere else that position breakdown? Because the executive director said if you keep it the way it is, then everybody loses their job. I don't understand how they lose their jobs if they're hired now under this current plan of operation. So it doesn't make sense.
I don't know who all is working at the Veterans Administration, but I'm not aware that the plan of operation will be a prohibition or reason to discharge someone from their employment. I wish DOJ were on the line.
Do we have Department of Justice? Are you on the line with the B&F committee meeting? Department of Justice? Shada, could you get a hold of the Department of Justice? We need their assistance in behalf of this because we have a current plan of operation, which I see as Exhibit A. It was passed back in 2016.
Will do.
Back to Honorable Crotty. On your request for Amendment 3, you were wanting to replace the current plan of our organizational structure, which is HEHSCAU-12-16, and replace all those that are in the legislation that's regarding the organizational chart. And there was 3 that were mentioned, agency and the central administration. That your intent on your amendment there, Honorable Crotty, so I can follow along.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. That was my initial intent, but now looking at that there's no jobs, no position in the plan of operation, I am moving down to the proposed plan of operation. So if I may, then I'll make an amendment to the proposed organizational chart. So I'm on digital copy page 6, and so I can make an amendment, and I'm going to need help from the sponsor I'm just familiar with the deputy director as a new position. My goal is to strike out all proposed new positions until the work session and we get a plan on how to fund. So I just see deputy director here. If I could just get a listing from the sponsor on what are the new positions and strike those out, and we have a work session and propose on how to fund these positions. A suggestion could be, since they're under the executive, there are executive staff positions that are currently in there. So that could be a suggestion. I'm not sure why that was not offered to help provide more services to our veterans. And I don't understand. Yeah.
Honorable Crotty, I follow along that you want to do the proposal and leave the existing Exhibit A alone as it is right now, and to try to address this at the work session regarding the positions. Is that how I follow along what you're trying to, your intention is?
Right, but right now
Honorable
I'll
Crotty?
make the amendment. Thank you, Vice Chair. So I will make the amendment on this current organizational chart that's being proposed to strike the deputy director. I'm not going to catch all of them, but I did ask the sponsor what are the new positions, and then to strike the program supervisor from each office. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we could just do that right now, at least we're not approving unfunded positions without a plan on how to fund them, Vice Chair. So if I could make the amendment to strike out the deputy director and then the program supervisor from each agency office, and that can give us time to figure out where to get those funding.
Honorable Crotty, thank you for that. I am following along. We're talking about the central administration, strike the deputy director, and also the agency offices. There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 program supervisors. So a total of 6 positions, including the central administration. Is that how your amendment is going to be on Amendment 3?
Yes, until we get on how to fund positions. We'll need to know the range, the pay scale, the fringe, and the breakdown so funding can be identified. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize your motion. I need a second on behalf of Amendment 3, the proposed organizational chart. Calling for a second.
Yellow hair, I'll go ahead. For the yellow hair, well, go for second. Go ahead.
We have a motion.
Come on in. Can you hear me?
3, so a second by Shache, Jimmy Yellowhair. Any questions on Amendment 3? Any questions on Amendment 3? If not, I'll call for the question on Amendment 3. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Henyo?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Chair Henyo votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canisbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Amendment 3 passes. Vice Chair not voting. Committee members, I'm going to call for the question on behalf of legislation 0225-20. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote on the main motion?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Henyo?
Green.
Honorable Chair Henyo votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canisbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
5 in favor, 0 opposed.
I vote green. Okay.
Main motion passes with 3 amendments. Peggy, do we have the 3 amendments in line? I know we didn't do the second reading, but I'm sure that we have this all in line.
Yes, Vice Chair, I do. Did you want me to go over them?
Yes, for the record, go ahead and go through them. We're doing this kind of a little backwards here, but go ahead.
Okay, Amendment 1 was on page 2 of the legislation, lines 4 and 4, 8, 10, make the following changes as indicated, and it says Exhibit 1, overstrike the A. On page 3 of Exhibit 2, remove overstrike language in its entirety as indicated, and that's N, consult with Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on policy matters. Then on Amendment 2, insert new Exhibit 2 in place of current Exhibit 2 in the legislation. That included 2 amendments, but those are already made in the revised Exhibit 2. Number 3 is to strike deputy director and 5 agency supervisors from the organization chart until it's known what funding source will be. And so those are the 3 amendments, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada. I appreciate that. Committee members, we passed going on to the next committee level, Health and Education and Human Services. At that point, I will turn the floor or the gavel over to our Chair, Henyo.
Yeah, no, Vice Chair Smith for helping me out. We do have two more legislations on the books here. What legislation do we have, Peggy? I don't have my computer working right now.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Legislation number 0188-20, an action relating to law and order, budget and finance, Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Code 12 NNC Section 820N, appropriations, lapse, and that's sponsored by AutoSo Council Delegate. And then the second one is legislation number 0228-20, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, approving the reauthorization of the 2005 tribal designation for the Navajo Health Foundation, Sage Memorial Hospital Incorporated, as a tribal organization for purposes of contracting under Public Law 93-638 for a period of 20 years, beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2040, sponsored by Pernell Helona, Council Delegate.
Hey, with that, committee members, do we have Delegate Odo Che? Are you still on the line with us?
I'm still on the line.
Peggy, if you would read 188-20 into the record.
Legislation number 0188-20, an action relating to law and order, budget, finance, Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Code 12 NNC Section 820N, appropriations, lapse, sponsored by AutoSo Council Delegate. If you turn to your legislation, then it'll show you where the language change is, and that is found in the legislation on page 2 of, let's see, 3 of 3. The Section 820N appropriation lapse. It says N appropriations lapse. Appropriations approved by the Navajo Nation Council, and new language in the annual comprehensive budget resolution or in supplemental appropriations from the unreserved undesignated fund balance that ends the new language will lapse at the end of the fiscal year unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Council. Then at the end of that section, it says new language. This provision may be amended or waived only by a 90% vote of the full Navajo Nation Council. So that's the change that's being proposed in this legislation.
Thank you for that reading. Committee members, their motion.
I'll go ahead and motion right now, my friend. Brother, please Delegate Yell here.
Second by Delegate Elmer Fugay.
Okay, motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellair, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. The committee members, their questions or comments regarding this legislation?
Mr. Chair, can I continue? I'm sorry. I got bounced off the call.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
Law and Order Committee has a committee report, and it has a due pass with no amendments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and thank you for that. With that, committee members, are there any questions or comments regarding this legislation?
Chair, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, I would just Chase, Delegate Odo Soshananda, you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the committee.
Thank you very much. Been on the line, and there's about 34 individuals on the line, and yada don't chiji kudopa apa hazin ye question chijo ati haji da ahitsa gonjitsa nan go this legislation I came to bring forth to the Navajo Nation Council, and it was destined for the council, and this legislation has passed that LLC with no amendment, and moving forth, and now we're at Budget and Finance Committee. We are still moving forward to move on to NABI and council. But this particular legislation, Delegate Eugene So and Nini layman's term, amendment yikit and appropriation lapse yahagi kodosa digi hajin sagot bindot aso amendot ni. Basically, in the annual comprehensive budget resolution or in the supplemental appropriation of the existing kinde will lapse at the end of the fiscal year unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council. Budget bansi carryovers had no choba san no choba binna carryover da iliado banish hasano banish iga We appropriate dollars to the tribal programs to provide services to the Navajo people in direct services. Ako peso at the end of the year dashin sabo peso do chutayo she peso hatayi nilo arula dan yandi. This year was really modest. That's how the Navajo Nation Fair is usually paid for by the programs. They use their dollars and buy whatever needs to be given out at the Navajo Nation Fair, or they sponsor the fair. At the end of the year, that whatever monies are left over in that physical year, the monies will not be utilized as carryover. It'll just automatically lapse. As Budget Finance Committee talks about next year's next year's shortfall, $30 million. That way we can at least save some of these dollars that are unused at the end of the year to fund our Navajo Nation government for the next fiscal year. The other is that we give, as I say, we give these dollars to the programs. They I'm not too sure if they provide the full services, but we always say we could operate with less. And if you have a program having carryovers after carryovers each year, and at the end of the year they don't utilize it, what does that tell you? That a certain program can operate with less money. Ako yaligi to dayo nase budget season bana alte carryovers dayo kedo bana alte ko ete atita adon the along with it the earlier conversation related to the to OMB related to waivers. We had a meeting earlier, and you're talking about the waiver. Council can waiver certain laws and so forth. Ako ya bacha oyo kiti ago do nihin so. Ako ya ato asho dahin ingo ko ya pinado so no this provision may be amended or waived only by 90% of the full 90% vote of the full Navajo Nation Council. This provision could be waived. This will give us a really factual number of what our programs really utilize. And every year you have programs that don't utilize their dollars, and it could go back into the general fund. Then if they need additional dollars, we could go back through the regular process and reappropriate dollars to them through the UUFB, through the normal legislation process. This was what that legislation is for, related to carryovers, and that way we have some sort of provision in the law saying, hey, we don't have to have a lot of these unnecessary, discussion relating to carryover. But it just eliminates carryovers at the end of the year to the comprehensive budget. It's up to you, but I do feel that if a program says we're going to operate with this much money, and at the end of the year, if they utilize all their monies and so forth, that's great. But you have programs that don't utilize all their dollars at the end of the year, and what do you do? It makes you think: is a program doing their job? Why is it that they don't have they're not utilizing all of their expenditures? We could just eliminate that, and have a better dialogue when all the when the annual audit happens, or the the audit happens and they configure how much UUFB or how much money is redeposited into the UUFB, and those dollars could be utilized for the next fiscal year. Pa ako large test pa to khashine zago na tani shin pa large tinit ko even na ko yati be behas ani ike ahot shin so sata bihindo zo to oyo oyo asho yeheki bihit zago ko ya to ozo ne ho peso belanda le ho carry overs do ha nida ko sepati de shinan and ite hot ope hasito. I stand for questions.
Okay, Agashega Lache. Khashiche Tishinhik is Inka. Again, please mute your phone. Like you said, so we can hear all your conversations. Okay, here now for your presentation to the committee. This Vice Chair Smith, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair and committee members of Budget and Finance. I would also for this legislation regarding the Title 12 NNC 820N appropriations lapse and to amend this. My question here is regarding the lapse. It says that in the annual comprehensive budget resolution or supplemental appropriations from the unreserved, undesignated fund balances, that's the new language in there. And how will that affect the appropriation lapse? Because now we're putting in the UUFB as a supplemental. I know that the appropriation lapse is just basically will lapse at the end of the fiscal year unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council. And the appropriations for Chapter Yanon Sata, we don't want to mess with that one. But that's my question on that. How does that work? How does that fit into this bill here? The annual comprehensive budget resolution or supplemental appropriations from unreserved. So if we approve the UUFB and there's savings in it, is that something that will revert back? Or I'll take down on this one. That's what I'm trying to ask. On page 3 of 3, lines 2 to 3 to 4 on the new language. And the other question too is this provision may be amended, and why is the bar so high, 90%? If this needs to be amended, that's almost impossible to change or to amend. Could it be like 2/3 of the council instead of 90%? There's going to be some times that we may need to change this, especially if the revenues start to come in and things start to look greener for the Navajo Nation. Right now, we're in an area where we don't get enough revenues as we used to. We're still looking at the Permanent Trust Fund. Permanent Trust Fund was established back in the prior leaders, so that when this time period came, that we could rely on the interest again for the Permanent Trust Fund. So those are my two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, with that, on your question number one, you gave Kristen Lowe, if you would explain to the committee the intent behind the new language in this bill.
Chair, this is Kristen. So the purpose of this resolution is to basically do away with carryovers unless there's a 90% vote of the Navajo Nation Council. So theoretically, appropriation lapse at the end of the fiscal year. However, we are routinely doing carryovers as part of our comprehensive budget process. And so this will actually put the nation in a situation where what the Budget and Finance Committee originally envisioned for fiscal year 2021 into play. So in other words, if carryovers are not part of a comprehensive budget resolution, then that money will flow down and to the UUFB. So when the controller's office does their year-end closeout, the money, instead of being recaptured by certain programs as specified in the comprehensive budget through carryovers, will go into the UUFB. So the 90%, well, I won't get into the 90% threshold, but as far as why the language also pertained to supplemental appropriations sometimes there are situations where you need to carry over something in a supplemental appropriation if it's done at the end of a fiscal year, for example, or close to the end of a fiscal year, and it would otherwise end. Sometimes we've done carryover waivers, or I don't know what to call it, but waiver of the appropriations lapse. We've affirmatively included carryover language in UUFB/supplemental appropriations legislation. So that might also appropriate in those circumstances as well. And so it was the sponsor's choice as to 90%. So I'll let the sponsor answer those questions, Chair.
Okay, so question number one, Vice Chair Smith, is that a little bit clear now?
Chair Henio, thank you for that, and also Legislative Council for explaining that. I'm satisfied on that first question. Thank you.
Christina, out of the 90%, Delegate Odoso, are the change on their 90% designation?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The reason why I chose 90% is I was looking at the citizen legislation or the citizen law. In order for an amendment to happen to citizen, I just followed the exact language that's in citizen, and it's a high bar to actually change, and that requires council to really communicate on that issue. And this issue related to carryovers, that would trigger the Navajo Nation Council to work together. And if they want to change it, they can band together and get that 90% vote. 2/3 is sort of it's okay. You know, we could work with 2/3 council vote. I'm okay with that if you wish to amend it, but that's just to start somewhere. And I'm getting to see that 2/3 is sort of easy to get now, council. But again, you know, it just triggers like more communication effort with the council delegates to work together related to this issue. So if the council wants to change this, they would work together and try to get that 90% vote. But if you know, this legislation is workable, if you guys feel that 2/3 is reasonable, I'm okay with an amendment. With that.
Okay, enough for that response. Back to the committee. Committee members, any further questions, comments?
So Vice Chair Smith, I have a couple more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Shinada Aruso, on this appropriations lapse. Yes, the question I have is we haven't done the FY 2020 comprehensive budget, and it's still got to go through the committees on behalf of Nabikiat and then Navajo Nation Council. So my question is, once this is passed, then will this apply to the FY 2021? If we do pass this during council and we don't have a comprehensive budget, and how will that affect our FY 2021? Because a lot of the folks have already looked at the carryover and and if this passes before we get the comprehensive, then this would be in place. And how does that work with the certain programs that are relying on the carryover? That's my first question. And then the second one is not a question, but I'd like to entertain an amendment to page 3 of 3 to change the language from 90% to 2/3 vote of the full Navajo Nation Council. So that way it'd be a workable and amendable lapse that we can do in case we need to change this. So I'd like to make that motion for the 2/3 on this amendment here. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, as far as I recognize the motion for amendment, let's answer your question number 1 first, and I'll refer that to Ms. Lowell, if you would provide an answer to that question from Vice Chair Smith.
Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So the effective date of this resolution provides that it's effective upon approval in accordance with 2 NNC section 221. So meaning after it is signed by the president, or if it goes into law 10 days later without signature by the president. So if you have concerns as to whether or not this fiscal year 2021 budget will not be done in time, what we could do is put something in under effective date, changing up instead of upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC section 2021. I keep saying 2020. I'm tired. My back is hurting and I'm hungry. Okay. So we take out 2 NNC section 221 and put in something like be effective upon the effective will not take effect until fiscal year 2022.
Kristen, I believe we weren't asking for an amendment on that part. We just wanted a question on when it will be effective, and you give that answer already. So the committee wishes to move forward with that amendment, then we'll be asking that question again. So with this, there's a motion by Vice Chair Smith on this legislation 188-20. Is there a second, committee members?
Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second, Smith. Motion is to change the designation of 90% to a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council in the legislation. There's a second with that. Any questions, comments? Amendment number 1, committee members. I'm not hearing any, so call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green, brother.
Okay, is Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Delegate Vice Chair Smith. Green. Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Amendment number 1 passes. Okay, back to committee members. Any further questions or comments?
Chair Henry, real quick. I know
Vice
that
Chair
we're tired.
Smith,
Thank you again. I'd like to make an amendment on the time frame of when this would go into effect, because we have a lot of it's going to really prolong the current FY 2021 if we enact this before the comprehensive budget's done. So I'd like to make an amendment to do what Legislative Council had mentioned for FY 2022 instead of FY 2021. Under the Section 4 effective date pursuant to Title 2 NNC subsection 221. That would be for FY 2022. 2022. Thank you.
Okay. With that, committee members, if there is a motion for amendment number 2 to change the effective date for FY 2022. Is there a second, committee members? First, before I recognize
Yellowhair.
Our principal attorney, Kristen Lowe, do you have language that you pretty much have developed between now and last time we spoke?
I don't have language that I don't have it. I can just tell you the language. I don't have it in writing. The act herein shall be effective, and then strike out upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC section 221, and then underline after the word effective, beginning in fiscal year 2022, period.
Okay. Thank you for that. Language, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, your second. Are you good on that second?
Yeah, I'm good on that, Chair. Yeah.
Committee members, any questions or comments regarding amendment number 2 in regards to the effective date of this legislation, if it should pass and signed by President Ms. Tenoya? Call for the questions. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Vice Chair Smith. Green. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. I don't hear him, so we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Amendment number 2 passes, and Kristen, if you would, once you get the language all straightened, send it to Peggy for her records. Committee members, any further questions or comments regarding 188-20? I'm not hearing any. We have 2 amendments. Peggy, if you would, please state the amendments for final reading before we go to vote.
Okay. If Legislative Council needs to make any corrections, please let me know. But on page 3, line 1, delete 90 cents, the words 90% and then 90% the numbers, and insert 2/3 vote. And then the second amendment was on page 3, line 15, delete upon its approval pursuant to 2NC section 221. Insert new language beginning FY 2022.
Okay, with that, committee members, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Howard.
Okay. Green.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith. Green. Okay. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Elmer, it's a buzz. So we just have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 188-2. So I cannot change. Delegate Odo Sojnanta for bringing this legislation before Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, committee members, for your vote. And I'm not too, don't want to rush it through and things like that. I want to take it through so that all the delegates are aware of it. I don't want to ramrod it through and affect the 2021 budget. So I bit dishlohan so kodo be laas link ko but what obe ben thank you very much for your conversation related to this particular legislation. Hagoshi, thank you.
Headlines check. This next legislation we have Peggy, if you would read
Motion
that.
adjourned.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair Smith, motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Johnson, I'll vote second if we lose. All right.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. There's no debate on motion to adjourn. So committee members, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown will vote green. Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay. Would you have a motion on the floor to adjourn with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting? We are hereby adjourned at 6:52 p.m. Committee members, been a long day, and I still need to have my breakfast, lunch, and dinner here. I guess you loud and okay, but thank you for hanging in there. Thank you, Delegate Pernell Halona, for hanging in there with us. With this, we are adjourned.
Thank you, guys. Be safe.
Chair, are you still there?
Goodbye, everybody. Good night.
Hello.